Good evening. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the City Council, City of Lakewood, Colorado. We are in council chambers of April 9th, 2018 at 7 p.m. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Paul.
Here.
Johnson.
Here.
Vincent.
Here.
Beta. Here. Franks.
Here.
Gutwein. Here. LeBure.
Here.
Skilling.
Here.
Harrison.
Here.
Abel.
Here.
Roybal.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Fantastic. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody out this evening, and to those who may be tuning in or watching on a later date, would ask if you do have a cell phone to please silence it, and if you would rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and stay standing for a moment of silent prayer, that'd be great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, this is one of the best meetings of the year. Will the clerk please read item 4?
Item 4, proclamation, Week of the Young Child. I'd like to bring down Diana Herrera, classroom coordinator, who's going to accept this proclamation. And as you can see, we have some special guests. If they all want to come down and join us, that'd be cool. Come on down.
I love it.
Hi, welcome. Hi. Come on in. This is a lot of fun, a lot of whereases and who says and things like that. You'll love it. All right. Councilor Harrison.
Proclamation, the Week of the Young Child. Whereas the National Association of Education of Young Children has celebrated the Week of the Young Child since 1971, recognizing that early childhood years create the foundation for a child's success in school and later life. And whereas the City of Lakewood is celebrating this week as a time for a community to commit to meeting the needs of all young children and their families, and whereas the week is also an important time to draw the public's attention to the needs of young children and their families, and to acknowledge early childhood programs and services that meet those needs. And whereas the City of Lakewood works diligently to provide and improve early learning opportunities for developing literacy, math, language, and social and emotional skills early in a child's life, helping make them ready for school. And whereas teachers, child care providers, and educators who make a difference in the lives of young children in Lakewood deserve thanks and recognition for their committed work. Now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the people of the City of Lakewood, I, Adam Paul, Mayor of the City of Lakewood, Colorado, by virtue of the authority vested in me, do hereby recognize the week of April 8th through 14, 2018 as the Week of the Young Child. And that is a whole bunch of cuteness down there.
Hello. On behalf of Lakewood Head Start, I would like to start by thanking City Council, the Head Start Advisory Committee consisting of Mr. Charlie Abel, Ms. Sharon Vincent, and Ms. Barb Franks, and of course, Mayor Adam Paul, for their continued support for early childhood education in Lakewood. I was told that you recently watched the video we put together about our Head Start program, and some of you, I remember, visited one of our sites last year. So I'm sure you were able to see that we are dedicated to the healthy growth and development of our youngest citizens. Quality early childhood education includes the whole child: social, emotional, cognitive, language, and physical development, as well as an emphasis on family engagement. Some of the children from one of our sites, Daniel Head Start, are here this evening. Daniels Head Start is a standalone site located in Ward 1 at 13th and Union with 19 enrolled children, 3 teachers, and 1 support staff. Daniels extended their classroom hours this year to an 8 a.m. to 2:15 p.m. schedule, Monday through Friday, after identifying that as a need for their community. This has allowed families to pursue employment opportunities as well as the ability to go back to school. As our way of thanking you for your ongoing commitment to the children and families in our program, the children would now like to present the City Council with a small gift of our appreciation.
All right. So do you guys want to come up here and give these out?
All right, cool, thank you. Thank you.
Council, be sure to open it up and look at the pictures. These are all masterpieces.
I love it. Oh my goodness.
Told you that was a lot of fun. And I want to thank all of our Head Start families. I also want to thank the teachers and coordinators for everything that they do. And you heard a little bit about extended hours, and it's really more of a family in a lot of these communities. So it's really cool, and I think everybody up here is thrilled to have their new notepad. So I hope you're jealous out here in the crowd. Cool, very cool. All right. Next up, will the clerk please read item 5?
Item 5, Resolution 2018-18, appointing the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Lakewood.
All right. I am going to ask now for nominations. Councilor Bida.
Thank you, Mayor. Point of order here. I was just informed a couple of minutes ago that we are not, for some procedural reason, which I'm unaware, not allowing anybody to speak on the issue of Mayor Pro Tem prior to the election. And I want to interpose my objection to that. I think that this should be something that the folks, there's a number of people that have come tonight that want to speak on the issue. 2 weeks ago, when this was put on the agenda, I was told that we needed to not, we couldn't do it right then when the policies and procedures were adopted, that we needed to wait 2 weeks to give notice to the public so that they had an opportunity to come in here tonight and participate. And I think we should do that and allow them to be heard.
Yep. Thank you very much. So again, I'll call for nominations for Mayor Pro Tem from the body.
Mayor, I'd like to have a ruling on my point of order.
So I guess the point of order, what I'd come with is the agenda tonight. This is a council matter to have nominations by the council body to choose a Mayor Pro Tem.
And an election.
Absolutely.
And there's people here that have come to speak to that, and they should be heard prior to the, if we can do it after the nominations, but before the actual election takes place. And that's my request. That's my point of order.
Okay. Councilor Franks.
I guess I would have the inquiry. We allowed that last time, so I guess for consistency's sake, I'd like to understand maybe why it's different this time, since I wasn't aware.
So I'm not sure that there's any reason other than this is how it came. I mean, if you want to change, if you want to move around the agenda, we certainly can. I would say that we could pull it. Mr. Cox?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I wasn't aware that there was a request to have public comment at that point, and I haven't chimed in one way or the other on whether there should or shouldn't be. The way the policy was drafted in this most recent manual, it leaves to the discretion of the council the voting method to be used, but doesn't, if I remember correctly, doesn't reference whether there would be any public input in that process. So I would suggest that it could be up to the council to decide what this process would look like for the next few minutes and whether that would include public comment on this type of matter or not.
All right. So I'll just move it. I'll do chair's discretion, and I'll move it to item number 8 prior to the consent agenda. Counselor Beta, in the future, if you could raise that, that'd be helpful.
Well, I didn't know about it until just 2 minutes.
The agenda is published on Fridays.
Well, I didn't know that was not going to be allowed public comment, though, Mayor.
I haven't seen any indication at this point, but we will move that down to item number 8, which will then start item number 9 under. Does that make sense, Madam Clerk? All right. Will the clerk please read item 6 into the record?
Item 6, update review, Planning Commission's recommendation on park fee in lieu.
No, you're fine. Good evening. We shall call down Miss Kit Hawkins. Newland.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kit Newland, Director of Community Resources. See if I can get this adjusted. Tonight, we're back to visit with you again. We've had 2 study sessions regarding the park dedication fee, and we took that to City Council. So I'm going to walk through a little bit of that with you, and then we'll have an opportunity for discussion and answering questions. Waiting for the screen to warm up. How about those cute little kids? That's my favorite. I'm with you, Mayor Paul. That's my favorite meeting of the year.
Well, you brought Ross with you.
Little kid. Yeah, from time to time, it's true.
Cute. I was.
Yeah, cute. Oh, I don't know about that. Okay, thank you very much for having us here tonight. So we want to talk through these changes that we've proposed based on the feedback that we got from Planning Commission. So let me just go back, remind you of some of the steps that we've taken to date. We began this discussion with you all in October at a study session, October last year, where we primarily talked about the need to change and update the fee cap on the per dwelling unit for the park dedication. And then you directed us to make some of those changes and look at, the other thing you directed us to do was look at reviewing that on an annual or regular basis. So on February 5th, we came back to you with a proposed ordinance with those changes, and a couple of other things came up at that time. There was a long discussion at that meeting about how that fee should be calculated. So there was a discussion about market value versus some sort of other formula. And we talked about the average of park property purchases, and using that as a calculation as well. So the direction was that we take those changes that you proposed to the Planning Commission, and we did so on February 21st. So what you saw at your first reading on March 26th was the red line ordinance that came directly from the recommendations from City Council, which you all noted did not necessarily match with some of the things that you had recommended previously. So there were some changes. So tonight is an opportunity to talk through those recommendations. And that's what we'll be doing tonight. We are here to take direction from you, to listen to your input, and we'll be taking copious notes. We'll turn this around really quickly because we realize that there's a quick turnaround. The changes need to be published for this Friday, and so they need a attorney review and also to get to the city clerk in time for publishing this Friday. So our hope is that we'll have good consensus and direction from you tonight, so that on April 23rd, we can come back and get approval to move that ordinance forward. So with that, I'd like to invite Ross Williams up, and he'll talk through a little bit more of the detail about those recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, good evening.
Thank you, Kit. Thank you, Mayor and City Council. What I'd like to go over is briefly going over what we presented to Planning Commission and have their recommendations brought before you, and then note some of the changes that have been done in the ordinance. We took to the Planning Commission the recommendations the City Council had regarding updating the fee cap, and gave them some options, and I'll go over that a little later here. We also included in that revision was that your consensus was that you'd like to see mandatory land dedications on all developments over 15 acres. And some of the other things that we took a little beyond that, it was some general, updating some of the general provisions and cleaning up the language, trying to make it a little more understandable from when it was codified. And another cleanup matter that the staff felt was very important was to expand when the provisions of the ordinance can be assessed and collected. And that's what was presented to Planning Commission for them to review. We gave them three options regarding the fee cap. One was just raise the cap to $2,100, and based on some analysis and looking at of what we believe the park fee should be. Second option was to raise the fee cap to a fair market value. Not exactly sure how that would work and what the value would be. The third option was to raise the fee based on what we have spent on parkland, basically looking at the average of the last 3 years of parkland purchases and coming up with a value of what we would set. With each of these options, we also recommended that it would be reviewed annually to make sure that the fees are in line with what is happening in the marketplace out there. The Planning Commission went through with much deliberation, walked through the ordinance and went a little beyond what we had asked them, but looked at the whole ordinance. They recommended the provision of setting the fee capped based on the previous parkland dedications, the average of the value that we have paid for parkland within the last 3 years, and also to make sure that that is reviewed annually. We're concerned with the mandatory acceptance of parkland for developments over 50 acres and recommended that be deleted from the proposed ordinance. And they were also very concerned with affordable housing and recommended that we include a provision to have waivers for affordable housing to promote that in the city. A couple of housekeeping items that staff also added on to the ordinance that it was presented to you at first reading last week. We wanted to make the format consistent and improve the clarity of what was said there. Where it said to, put parentheses to, making the format consistent through the whole documentation to make sure that people understood what the ordinance was doing. The second item that I thought was very important in the recommendation was probably the biggest loophole in our ordinance today, is that currently the park dedication is only triggered at time of platting. And there are many cases where parcels do not have to go through platting, and they have use by right, and we lose an opportunity to assess the park fee on those particular dwelling units or particular developments. With that, it became a little tricky, and one of the questions that was asked last week was why push it to collecting a fee at the time of building permit. This is primarily due to the second addition to the ordinance where we assess the value at site planning. Site planning is not necessarily always going to be built. Site plans are good for 2 years, and if they don't build according to them, then they have to redo them. So the thought was, rather than collecting the fees when the site plan is approved, we'd wait until they actually had some building on that development. So that gave us an opportunity to say, collect at the time of building permit, just that they know that it would have to come with that. The site planning is a very difficult time to assess it because we don't know the exact final number of units. There's negotiations, there's incentives in our zoning ordinance for different types of housing types and things like that. So we wanted to make sure that we had the flexibility, but we wanted to also make sure that we assess it and are collecting that. There are examples that out there that we have developments going in that we are not collecting a park fee on them. With that, we'll be here for questions and hopefully can answer all your questions.
Great, thank you. And for the community, just a quick Snapchat of what transpired. Normally, land use matters come from the Planning Commission to City Council. This one was a little bit different. It went down to Planning Commission. They're an independent body, and they weighed in with their recommendations, and I think that's important to note, recommendations. And so without a conference committee or different things like that, that's why we're back to where we are tonight. And we're going to, as a council, try to give some direction as to the key tenets that we agree on to go forth with for second reading, and then things that we may not agree on will just be taken up at a regular second reading. There are two things I think that I'd like to mention, and one has to do with trying to create a simple formula, and that might have been, that ship might have sailed, but we'll see where this conversation goes. But I may be offering an amendment to try to simplify and bring some sort of simplicity to this calculation. And the second thing, in light of Tabor refunds, to just postpone all fees and make land dedication mandatory, because if we do raise the fees, none of that money will be going to parkland. That money will all be being refunded via Tabor. So those are two things that you may see from me. Councilor Skilling.
So, Mayor, I don't know the best way. I think the best way that we should handle this based on our last session was we would go through the ordinance and be as specific as possible with what our consensus is. In appropriate areas where we have disagreement, we will perhaps do brackets, which may make it easier when, instead of just doing amendments all over the dais on the second reading, we'll have, I think there's only going to be on the fee part is probably where we're going to need the brackets, and we can have 2, 3 choices, whatever it is, and then at least we have a red line that's consistent with our consensus, taking into account any recommendations from planning committee or commission. So I don't know, Mayor, how would you propose that we do this? I mean, I've got my highlighted version. I know that to start with, I'd like to see on starting with 14.16.10 on the scope and application. It would seem to me that that's where I would appreciate having the 15-acre cutoff put back into the ordinance, or at least that would be the proposal as part of the red line process. If we put it in that first scope and application, it should be crafted in a way that that would then carry out throughout the ordinance, so that it eliminates the need to put that in every section. So instead of putting...
Just real quick for process. So I certainly think that this is a good way to go. I have two folks lined up, and let me just see if they wanted to speak to process before, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilor Harrison.
Well, I'm embarrassed to say that I was expecting something in our packet, and I'm kind of totally lost. So that would be one thing, one comment. And then my next is more a specific. It's not about process. So it wasn't in our packet that I saw.
And we can get us to that via the iPads.
It wasn't in the packet because this is an additional meeting. It was in the packet for the 26th, which was the first reading. So that was when the red line ordinance was in. I can run and make copies for everybody if other people don't have that.
It should be electronically. Does everybody have their iPad?
It was the March 26th council meeting.
Okay, thank you. That helps me a whole lot. And then I would like to know what Planning Commission's idea about deleting the 15 acres, what did it come from? What was their reasoning there?
Okay, so before we go into process, and let's give folks a chance, does everybody have their iPads? All right. Should be able to go to the homepage and go to the 26th packet. Mr. Williams, do you want to speak to the Planning Commission's rationale?
Planning Commission was concerned that the acreage isn't the full picture. The number of dwelling units in that acreage matters. So, for example, those examples that I sent earlier last week, like Wednesday or Thursday, those had one example that was a large acreage, 23 something. However, it only had 2 additional dwelling units on it. So the amount of park acreage that we would get was very small. I can't remember the exact amount. 0.5055 acres. So in cases like that, it's just important to keep in mind that if we acquire a lot of those tiny acreages, that's maintenance that has to be done on that additional park property.
And
that was their worry. They did talk about the amount of maintenance that was needed.
Councilor Gutwein just sent everybody the ordinance via email.
Thank you.
Councilor Abel.
I believe I saw, this is not about process, is that okay?
Certainly.
I believe I saw a figure that in 2017 we collected $535,000 from developer fees. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
A few months back we bought a 3-acre parcel over at Sunset Park, 4-acre parcel at Sunset Park. That cost $500,000. So we collected enough to add 4 acres of ground to our parks inventory. I don't think that in any way mitigates the extra pressure that's been put on our parks and open space. I do like the idea that maybe we take everything in acreage, but the postage stamp size parcels would be difficult to deal with unless it was, along Colfax or something. We could use them for a nice little plaza, but that's a thought. And I'm wondering if we could balance the amount of open space required for multifamily in the case of affordable apartments if we exempt them from the fees. Could we? I mean, they need room to stretch and breathe and walk their dogs and such, and if there's not a larger park nearby, then perhaps on the same parcel.
We did include, based on planning, I think what you're asking is if there could be exemptions for affordable housing units?
If there are exemptions for affordable housing units, that we could require an extra 10% open space in the project, in the particular affordable project that we're giving the exemption to.
Okay.
So a trade-off.
Right. That's it for the moment.
Okay. Councilor Johnson. Okay. Councilor Gutwein.
Thank you. I think that does make sense in terms of what Councillor Skilling suggested, having the bracket around the kind of pressure point, if you will, about what we may disagree and the rest we may agree on. I just wanted to highlight again what Mayor Paul just brought up about the Tabor refund, because I was not aware of this, that if we do have additional developer fees that come in, that will get refunded to the community. Is that not?
Yeah, we don't have the finance director here, who's usually our spokesperson on Tabor issues, but there is sort of a recognition of any source of revenue as having an impact on the city's Tabor status, and whether it's dollar for dollar, it may not be the case, but it's still considered revenue, and that affects the size of our refunds to the citizens. So there is an impact. I'm not sure I can quantify it, but.
However, it goes into the open space fund, which is exempt from Tabor? No.
Well, and so for clarification, I spoke with Mr. Dorr on Friday, and he said absolutely 100% it would be subjected. Now, if we need to test that, we can, but that's just a fair concern. If the goal is to make sure that we're setting aside land, and we're taking money to set aside land, we're not utilizing that money because it's just flowing back out. So that's where the conversation about just requiring straight land, which could be a disaster, but you're at least getting something.
I just think it's a really important point, because even when we were discussing the shopping cart program at our ward meeting, the community had concern that, if we collect this fee, but then it goes back, and that we're not getting to utilize that, as Mayor Paul said. So I just think that's a really important thing to consider as we do all of this. One other piece of information I would love to have for the next meeting is what our total fees are, our total developer fees, and how they compare to surrounding communities. We took a look at how our parks and open space fees compare to other communities. They're low, and I think that we've all agreed that we need to update them. And I think, we all agree that needs to happen. I just want to understand what our total fees are, because we also are looking at updating the school fee, and it's important to just know where we stand once all of that's taken into account. Thank you.
Councilor Johnson, you're back on.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the comments regarding Tabor. However, for me, the underlying issue is that when you have a development, that they have land, open space for the people in that particular development. And talking about the refund for me is kind of a red herring. I want to make sure if there is a large development, that they provide places for those people to take their kids out. That's the bottom line of what we're trying to do.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah.
By doing a strict land dedication, everybody's giving land rather than a fee that wouldn't be collected and going to land purchase. So we're on the same page.
Okay.
Yep. Councilor Roybal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a recommendation that next time we meet on this issue, to maybe ask our finance director to give us some information on what we're discussing. So have the authority or have the expert give us the information directly, and that would really help us out a lot.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Roybal, we can have that available by a memo. I can ask him to draw that up so that we don't have to wait for the next meeting. He can put this in writing and affirm that the dollars would be subject to a Tabor refund.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Councilor Abel, and then Gutwein, and then if we have no more process, if everybody has the red line up, I'll turn it over to Councilor Skilling.
On the fees issue, I understand where you're coming from, but I understand we also recently raised the fees for facilities use that is affecting Mr. Bartle's German Fest, that he has to pay more this year than last. So why was there no worry about Tabor in that?
I'm not aware of that, and if we want to have that conversation.
Well, I think as long as we're couching conversations about these fees on Tabor, we should be consistent across the board.
Certainly. Thank you. Councilor Gutwein.
Just want to clarify, about what I was stating. I think I have been consistent across the board whenever I discuss Tabor. I have concerns about the implications of Tabor, and this is an example
I
of
wasn't
one.
referring to you.
I'm just for anyone else who's listening. This isn't directed to you. But the thing that's important to me about this is that I hear consistently from our community that they want more parks and open space as we're seeing increases in development. And if the way everything works right now, the additional money that we collect from developers will not get used for parks and open space because it will get refunded. So that matters. Maybe not to everyone, but that does matter.
Okay, fantastic. So, Counselor Skilling, so if everybody could draw up the red line, and we will get going.
I think the best way to handle this is probably just go paragraph by paragraph. I don't think it'll be tedious because I think a lot of these are some of the cleanup that actually made no substantive change whatsoever. It merely it just added some clarity to the language. So but with that stated, in that first section for scope and application, I think that would be the appropriate place to put back in the 15-acre suggestion that we had at the last one, and that it carry throughout. So have whatever language we need, so that way in the subsequent paragraphs we don't need to keep adding the preface every time, except for properties of 14.99 or below. So in that first paragraph, I suggest that we put back in the language about the 15 acres.
So I think that was consistent with the original. Do I sense consensus on that?
Which paragraph is that?
The very first? 14-6-010.
14-16-10. And that's where we would put in the 15 acres because that's in the scope. So that would help define what the scope is. We would put in language, and Mr. Cox is nodding, so I think we're on the same page with that.
So we have consensus with that, and is that clear? Ms. Newland? Yeah, cool. All right.
The next paragraph or next section, which is, I'll just say the last three digits as we go throughout. That's 020 on park standards. No changes there. That was just the cleanup language. Consensus?
Yes.
The next one, 030, that is the same. There was the substantive change was they took out the quantifying of the Bear Creek Lake Park. I don't see that as an issue, but maybe that warrants discussion as to why that was taken out.
And is there any comment on the removal?
The removal of the language in there is because it's obsolete and it's no longer reflective of what is currently owned for those two facilities. This was written, to be exact, William Frederick Hayden Park is over 2,000 acres now, and it's 600 acre storage. So this was just a clarification, as you noted.
Right. I just wanted why we were bringing that up is because this had a somewhat more substantive change than the previous paragraph. So I think that we're good with that. Do we have
any concerns? Okay, keep going.
Next one, this is the 040, and again, I don't think there was any substantive change here. It was formatting for A, B, C, and D. Do I have that right?
Yep.
That's the formatting, and then you get to an actual substantive change on E, and perhaps somebody could speak to the deletion there on E.
We're fighting over the deletion in the first paragraph is primarily due to changing times. We originally had hoped to do school park areas and give credit for some school land to count towards parkland. in today's reality, school grounds are less open and inviting to the public, and it's just become the point where there's basically people are uncomfortable using school grounds because there's signs saying no trespassing after school hours and things like that. And so, and we have never used this clause in the 30 years that we've been forcing it, and I don't anticipate large schools or schools being dedicated within the city of Lakewood in the future right now.
Okay, the next part on that was we had the next portion of E, now that F has been deleted. You then have those 3 points, 1, 2, and 3, and 3 is the new one, right? Okay, and do you want to speak to that just briefly?
We want to make sure that we track this as a person acquires a piece of real estate, primarily in the multifamily developments, that they know that a portion of it has supposed to been set aside for open space to be maintained perpetually that way. Right now, there is no notes on it, so there are a lot of, in real estate transactions, they would not necessarily know that that was given credit for the parkland dedication, so we wanted to make sure that there's some way to make sure that it is kept in perpetuity.
And then I think that's it for that section, so are we consensus on that?
Yes.
The next section is 050, and again, I believe this one was formatting and just cleanup, correct? Okay, so any consensus on that moving forward, okay? Then the next one is 060, and we have two changes. One was the deletion in A of specifically Article 15, and now instead referring to the entire code.
On that point, Article 15 is it was, when the ordinance was written, it was our landscaping and code in the part of the zoning ordinance, and it's no longer part of the zoning ordinance in there. So we just wanted to make sure we refer to the zoning ordinance that they're required to have open space, but not this particular chapter, which is no longer valid.
And then on C, it looks like it's again more cleanup language, except that swamps and boggy lands no longer exist. So it's
we don't have a lot of swamps, but one of the things that we have found in the parkland dedication is along our drainage ways, and working with our drainage maintenance and drainage provision, that we are in some places finding wetlands and part areas that are important to our park system as part of wildlife habitat and other things like that. We do not give credit for items required by the drainage ordinance, such as the 100-year floodway and the thalwag of the drainage way, but the fringes areas that may be wetlands or may be appropriate, we would give credit in certain cases, depending on where they are and how they fit into our park system.
okay. You do give credit for wetlands?
We have in certain locations because it is part of it was an important part of the habitat that we were trying to keep in there.
There's a note in here about steep sloped or rugged land area. That makes good habitat.
Yes. Not everything. The one that stood out was more the swamps and bogs, which seems to be an Eastern terminology from an Easterner here. From when I wrote this 30 years ago. So I took that out. Rugged lands, yes, are also good habitat lands, and we do have accepted some places where there are steeper terrains that is important to the habitat, primarily around Green Mountain and those areas there.
Thank you.
So are we good on that section then?
Yes.
All right, so then the next one. So this one on 70, we will have the conversation. The first comments I had was on A, and Ross, you'd spoken to this. I believe that this is the timing when you have the collection of fees at the time of platting versus building permit issuance. So these are the changes that you discussed a moment ago?
Yeah, these are the changes I discussed. It gives us some flexibility, primarily on the site planning part of the process. At platting, we've always been steadfast trying to make sure that we collect the funds at plating, is to try to acquire parklands before there's development out there.
Is there any comment on that?
So, but the inclusion though is this, like you said earlier, this tightens the loophole with this language where some development has not been subjected to a parkland fee or dedication because of it's because of the wording of our existing.
Correct. There are instances where off of Sheridan, a large lot, they're subdividing into well, they're not subdividing, they're building an apartment complex for an 8-unit apartment complex. They're not platting, their zoning allows it. We don't have any trigger mechanism to require a park fee on that particular development since they're not coming into the city for those permits.
Yeah, I mean, here's my issue. I just want to make sure that somebody can't, then I know you're trying to close a loophole, but does that create another one with transfer, and again, I'm just brainstorming, but transfer of rights. If a developer is the initial person on the scene and then that land is transferred, his development rights somehow get transferred to another party, how would that affect any of this? For instance, if the first developer didn't pay anything, but now you've got ultimately the developer that does the build out is the one getting the building permits. I just want to make sure that the fees are being paid.
The fees would be, at that time, that's a better chance of collecting the fees since we know that we haven't collected them before that point. We'd collect them at the time of building permit when the final ultimate developer that actually comes in there and develops that process would make sure that they pay the fees.
Would the formula get changed at all between any of those time periods that you could foresee when the first developer comes in and then maybe a subsequent developer, there's an actual build out? For instance, depending on how the subdivision happens, would that impact the fees?
It should not, unless it is changed in the ordinance if there's a raise in the fee or there's a potential for that. But it still would be required either land or the fee, and usually at that time it would most likely the fee unless they've changed the development plan anymore in there.
So which fee would they use? The one from the original time or the one when they're getting the bill? Let's say there's a 3-year delay. Which fee are we using? The original one or some subsequent fee?
When it would be, my recommendation would be that it would be at the time of the building permit, the fee that's in effect at that point in time when they actually do the development. The case in 3 years would not necessarily be valid because site plans are only valid for 2 years, I believe, and so they'd have to redo the process at that time.
I'll amend it, 2 years. Is that better? Okay. So I think then we need that to be I think that clarity should probably be in there to avoid or to just make that clearer.
About the timing of the fees?
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. Williams, did you catch that? You good? Okay. And I'm going to just do a quick check-in because there's some lights on. And so far where we're at, Councilor Franks, you had a question right here in this category, and then Ms. Johnson or Ms. Gutwein, if you had one that we've talked about or if it can wait, just let me know.
And I think my question was mostly answered kind of by talking about that timing. And now that we're talking about that also it would be at the time of the building permit, I just want to make sure that that delay, like Councilor Skilling was saying, doesn't create some type of an opening where suddenly something goes from being a higher amount of open space to lower. I thought almost you want to lock them in. The community certainly comes in and gets engaged at a certain point. And let's say that there's a certain amount that they're comfortable with. And then suddenly this process draws out and then somebody figures out a way to reduce that amount. I want there to be some punitive where they cannot do that. I mean, I just want some assurance because, again, people are making like buying and selling decisions a lot of times based on information that maybe hasn't stopped moving yet. And so we just want to get some assurance that we're not going to lose. And I hope it's land, not fees, because I am leaning more towards land. That's the unreplaceable commodity. But that's all I want to make sure that we figure some language that protects our community.
Okay. So we're clear on that. Councilor Johnson or Gutwein, did you have anything in line with that, or do you want to wait?
Actually, I think my question was from the past. We were talking about school land dedication. I think that is a legitimate kind of a thing to be thinking about. We've got the Denver Federal Center in play. And when the coalition was looking at that, they had no intention of putting a school on that site. They were going to put all the kids into the existing schools. It is an important issue.
So we will still have a separate school. There's a separate process. I think these were kind of mixed at one point, but there still is a separate school process with a fee and land issuance. Councilor Gutwein, did you have anything, or did you wait? Okay. So
Then we're moving on to, in section, I guess it would be carrying over the page, section B is where we have the calculations. I believe the changes we had first, that the director may also accept improvements of equal or greater value as to the fee. And it was my understanding that you guys did that already. And so this was an addition to this code.
We have done that in the past, and we want, there has been some discomfort with staff in that type of administration. Basically, instead of the fee, we're letting them use that fee to build the more improvements that would be more expeditiously completed. An example, the Lamar Station development with Metro West. They dedicated the land, but they also had some fees, and they wanted to put the bike path improvements in. Well, in our capital improvement program, that bike path probably would not have gone in with the development. It may have been several years down the road, and we basically let them, instead of paying fees, we let them do those improvements and give credit towards the parkland dedication, because it is a park improvement that we had out there.
Okay, now how does that impact Tabor? Does the value of that improvement then weigh into this discussion that these folks have been having?
I don't know if it does, but
So we've just gotten clarification from our finance director through our electronic means, and because of the vote in 2006, that open space revenues are exempt from Tabor. So you were misinformed, and I'd like to apologize for that, Mayor Paul.
Yep. Thank you. That changes the lens on the whole conversation. So that's good. All right.
So we may come back to that, the improvements part, only because I'm wondering if that goes to what the intent of this ordinance is supposed to do, which is provide the parkland. And if you don't provide the parkland in these unique situations where there's a fee, the fee is supposed to go to improve parks, not necessarily just at that development, but all around. And I'm not really weighing in, other than this may be a discussion point for second reading if between now and then people want to. I just was pointing out the fact that that was an addition to this. And then in that same paragraph, I would also change, instead of the fee being set annually by the director, I think that this is something, obviously this has been a big topic. This should come back to council and not be something that we just leave to the director. Obviously, everyone's got a lot of vested interest in this. This has been a big topic. I think coming back once a year, I think we can find the time for that. So I would change that word, set annually by director, to set annually by council, would be a suggestion from me.
Okay. So is there consensus to have that? And I would say there's reasons to also have it as the director or a different time period. So I think we could bracket that.
Oh, of course, if there's disagreement on that, then put a bracket and then we can vote on it.
Yep, Ms. Vincent.
Is it possible to say set by the director with approval and input from council? Because they might have the better knowledge of what was actually happening with that. But it would come back to us for approval, input.
I think that's a pretty good suggestion.
I agree.
Okay, so we've captured a little bit of that. The other thing with that is I think there's starting to build some uniformity with all of our fees. Then if we're going to be looking at all of our fees on a yearly basis or every 2 years or whatever that number is.
So with that, now we have this will be the part that we have the main discussion that we had left our last study session with when we sent this back to Planning Commission. So this would be the methods. So this is probably an appropriate time for me to step back and we can discuss the methods.
All right. So is there anybody that wants to see something different at this time with the methods? Ms. Vincent.
Or maybe some clarification. Help me understand why we did the 5% preceding years? Because things are changing fast, and if we have a tighter time frame, I would think it might be more accurate.
Well, we're looking at 5 years worth of parkland purchases, and we don't purchase that much park property, which is why we wanted to look back 5 years for averages. And then we included appraisals when we haven't purchased properties, so we want to include that. That's the reason why we just don't purchase that much park property.
Well, would the appraisals, though, be better with a shorter time frame? Because couldn't you get something within the city, maybe even like cities around it? Different input?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Okay, so when you have an appraisal of anything, market appraisal, there's you look at like items, you look at like sizes, you look at like inputs into the process. So I would think there'd be some other things, even if we didn't have anything within 5 years, where you could go to XYZ to look at those appraisals to do some comparisons.
We can look at CoStar for sales of residential properties, and we have talked with both the state and Jefferson County about their park purchases and their sort of values, so that we have, we kind of have them to compare to as well. Yes, we could certainly use appraisals as a way to make comparisons.
And let me add to that. I mean, let's go back up to I. And I think one thing that I know there's probably a consensus is to have a fair market approach, and there's another to have a formula approach. So I think those are two brackets that need to be part of this. When looking at potential for a cost per, if you're looking back, fortunately we don't have a lot of park inventory purchases, and parkland purchases vary widely compared to commercial type purchases. So you could look at not only Lakewood, but Jefferson County Open Space and GOCO and expand that for 5 years. And that's going to give you an idea of what the county has paid countywide for parks, which would probably help with that number. So that's an option as well.
That's kind of what I was looking
Okay.
for, something broader.
All right. Ms. Franks?
I might have missed a point, but when we were talking about the park improvement, so fees being able to be used for park improvements, because I was doing a little research, and that's why I kind of was looking at the open space, didn't think that it fell under Tabor based on some articles I was reading. But on the park improvement aspect, how is that done, or should we look at a process to making sure that if a community is the one who is absorbing this new development, that benefit radius, that the money stays within some sort of a radius area? Because again, I think that we have a lot of folks who know that Ward 4 has a lot of open space around it, and so in other areas maybe not so much. So how do we make sure those communities maybe that are underserved, how do we prioritize or come up with some structure or radius that guarantees that money stays to benefit them?
Wasn't
Well,
that
that's
part of it with the kind of an articulation area for those dollars collected?
Yes, we have planning districts. There's 7, and they don't overlap with wards, but the money that's collected for park improvements stays in that particular planning district.
I thought you had mentioned that
Yeah.
before, but I wanted to clarify that for the community, because again, you can see that maybe that they want to make sure they're going to benefit if they're the ones. So thank you for clarifying that.
And I might add, just for context for you all, that that money is the money that is used initially when there's capital projects that are done, improvements that are done at parks. So for example, if there was a development in Ward 2, which is Planning District 1, that money would be used when we do, for example, an improvement we add a shelter or playground at Mount Air Park or something in that area. That money would go directly to that improvement.
So continuing with the fee, so with I and II, Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. I would just like to throw in too, as Lakewood builds out, we're an infill city. We don't have that much land, and once something's built, it's built. So as we build, we have less land, and land is a commodity that is going to go up. So I really feel like those fees need to reflect that this commodity is rising. And just to bounce off something that Councillor Frank said regarding the impacts on adjacent neighborhoods, and get back to the Tabor piece, we've got concerns about giving people money, and I guess I don't see it as a concern. There are impacts in those adjacent neighborhoods, and if people get a little bit of compensation to reflect what the property values might be or their quality of life when you've got a large development coming in, maybe that's an offset that's a positive thing rather than a negative thing.
And so just for clarification, I was wrong. And so those monies will be able to stay. So I'm just going to go down the row. So I, Councillor Johnson, and I. Do you like what's in there as far as the formula that's presented or anything else in I or II?
I am an advocate of market rate.
Okay. And then, okay. Councillor Vincent, I think you said your piece. Councillor Bita?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not especially impressed with the idea of using the average cost of property purchased by city parks in the past. I'm aware that there are other methods for determining value, not including just a straight appraisal. There's some fairly sophisticated methods out there. I'm told they're fairly straightforward, and I'm sure those that are involved in the industry are aware of those. And I'm wondering why we don't take a look at those. That would maybe give us a better, fairer and closer value than park purchases in the past 5 years.
So are you then therefore fair market?
I'm fair market or some other method of determining fair market other than just 5 years of park purchases.
Yep. Councilor Franks?
Yes, I would be for a fair market value or another valuation method that basically ends up with the same result if there's some other objective criteria. But we are a very popular place to be. Our land is valuable, and I want to make sure that we're getting fair market value for that land.
Councilor Gutwein?
Thank you. So I've said this in the past, but I think that it's really important that we increase our fees. I've always supported increasing our fees for our parks and open space, but I think it's important that we balance that with the fact that housing is incredibly expensive in the Denver metro area. More and more people are getting pushed into homelessness or out of our community. And so I think that we just need to balance everything, and that's our value for open space, but then also our value for having people like our teachers and our cops be able to live in the city where they work. So I would like to see in one of the brackets a formula that could be used to determine an increased and substantially increased. The $2,100 is a 3 times increase over what we have. So I do support a substantial increase in our park fee, just perhaps not what works out to be about 1,000 times increase when you go to the fair market value process.
All right, I said my piece. Councilor LeBaire. That's all right, I'm just going down the line. If you don't want to talk, we'll skip you.
Love to talk. That's why I took the job. No, I wasn't prepared to talk, but
You can come back.
no, let me just add real quick that I would piggyback on what Councilor Gutwein said, in that my biggest concern is, I support open space, I support parks. I really want to help raise some dollars for those and to make sure that we are improving the standard of living for our community. And at the same time, I am concerned. I think I just saw an article recently saying Denver metro area was top 10 most expensive places to live in the U.S. So I am concerned about affordability, and this does put pressure on market rate prices. It influences them. So with that,
I would like to make sure we have a component that either encourages redevelopment, revitalization in parts of the city that could really use it. I think our Ward 2, is particularly in need of that. I think there are parts of Ward 1 as well. So I'm concerned about affordability, and if there's something that allows for some room for, helping stimulate our growth areas or areas that need revitalization, that will help contain costs for the consumers, because that's where these fees get passed down to. That's what I don't hear a whole lot of discussion about, but that's who's going to pay. Our neighbors and our friends and kids, Well, when I was knocking doors, I met a lot of people who their kids and their grandkids are living at their houses, and they'd like a place for them to live too. So anyway, that's something that's particularly concerning to me, and I don't know what that looks like in this context, so sorry to run on, but I just want to make sure that part is in there. So thanks.
Mr. Skilling, we know where you're at.
Well, can I chime in?
Yeah.
Just going off of the minutes from our study session, I could have maybe made this simpler, and it should be, in my opinion, the brackets would be based on our conversations tonight, based on the previous conversations. One bracket is fair market value. Second bracket is $2,100 as a set amount. The third bracket is the one that is proposed by Planning Commission that is currently in the red line now. It is those three. And I'll make one point to what we've heard about the affordable housing part. When we get to that part of this, I would suggest that the affordable housing waiver be taken out altogether. I think that there's an appropriate place to do that incentivizing in some of our other portions of the development dialogue and how we're going to address housing. But I think when it's just a fee ordinance, we should stick with the fees. And then when we talk about ways to incentivize affordable housing and some other housing stock that we'd like to see, then we talk about, okay, well, there's this parkland fee, maybe that can be changed or waived or something like that. I just think this particular ordinance doesn't need to have all these waivers and all of that stuff. So that's just my piece on that. But I want to just clarify what I think the three brackets are.
I think that's fair. Those three brackets, I think that's what we've heard throughout the whole throughout the conversations. So we can go with those three, and then we could do an other, because I know there's potentially other formulas that might come at second reading. Councilor Harrison.
I just have a quick question. On the fair market value red line in C there, we marked out who pays the fees. Who would be paying the fees in the case of the process, the appeal, the appraisal? Who's going to pay it?
With the way we have it in the red line, it would be the developer would pay for appraisals. We've taken out that the city would cost share is just beyond their burden. It'd be the burden of the person coming in or developer coming in to prove their fair market value for that particular parcel. Excuse me.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Abel.
I like the fair market value approach, but whose fair market value do we use? There's a lot of difference between the assessor's fair market value and the real estate broker's fair market value. I'm wondering if there's a possibility of increasing the multiplier. And if we can do that, could you give us bring to the next meeting some examples of what a reasonable increase in that multiplier might yield? I will again repeat that last year $575,000 was raised, and that is just not adequate for the needs we have. A comment on the mayor's larger, more global look at these things. Remember, the county, when it buys open space, it's often a cow pasture. And a cow pasture no matter how expensive, isn't the same cost as an urban parcel. So I think that would really skew the picture. As far as affordability, I'm there with you, but affordability is determined by what developers are charging, and there is a price point at which developers rely in recent months, and it's around 420,000, no matter how big or small the unit, how big or small the lot, it falls within that range. So I'm not sure whether if we increase or reduce developer fees that we would get any difference at all in the price point at which they want to sell. They look to see what people are willing to pay in the market, and everything hits that target. So I that may be just a red herring in all of this. I don't see any evidence that it would make a difference. If you can bring me some documentation, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I think to your point with the cow pasture, I certainly, this is a tough one, and that's why when you're looking at fair market value, you're not doing apples to apples. And I think a lot of folks think of the big, large developments and large developers, but these are also people that have an investment property and live next door, right? So how do you figure that out? I mean, this is essentially you're taxing property owners to build on their own property, and how do you find that balance? I think that's what's challenging, because fair market for commercial is much different than fair market for parks.
And it ain't exactly a cow pasture, but the Taylor property we got for one heck of a bargain. And if you take that price and try to apply it to other places in Lakewood, you're going to come up woefully short on the checkbook.
Certainly.
So,
but flip side too, you're going to come up, we're
looking at urban property.
So I think it's certainly worth a multiplier or a different kind of formula, and that's why I wanted to have that other box, because I think there's a way that you can simplify it even down to per unit, a number per unit, and that way if you're building a 500 square foot unit, you're at one rate. If you're building a 7,000 square foot house, it's multiplied on it. So
can I add a point of clarification as well? And that is Jefferson County Open Space does indeed purchase broad areas of open space that are in unincorporated Jefferson County. But the other part of their funding is through what's called the joint venture program. And those are purchases that are in tandem with the city. So those are much more urban by nature. So we always frequently compete with Arvada, parts of Westminster, Wheat Ridge, Golden, Edgewater, etc., for the joint venture grants. So those dollars or those values would probably be more comparable to what we would need to look at in Lakewood, as opposed to Jefferson County Open Space buying kind of the broad cow pastures.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Councilor Roybal, but we know where you're at. You've weighed in on that.
Yeah, I did, and I did weigh in on it, and I think it's been said on the dais here. So,
so, Mr. Lynn, does that give you some kind of the four really? The four. So, the three that Councilor Skilling laid out, and then the fourth is other.
The fourth is other. So, the fourth is some other calculation that we might come up with, or a multiplier that changes, or perhaps just coming back to council with a proposal,
and
a recommendation every year.
It might come from council as well. So
okay.
Yep. Okay, so we're to C.
So C may or may not even be needed depending on which way we go. I will comment though, I think and again, C will be dependent on which A through D is selected, but I don't think we need a mutual agreement between us and the developer as to what the FMV is. I think we are perfectly capable of coming up with the FMV. And if they have an issue with that, the developer can appeal it and get the appraisal, whatever they need to do. But we are capable of setting what that price is. That would be my suggestion on that. But again, C will be dependent on which way we go.
Let's keep C in for now. And let's just keep it in as is with the red line, I think, so we can reference that in the discussion based on what happens above. for second reading. D, this chapter.
I think that's the clarifying language.
E.
And then, so E was what we said about the affordable housing. We can, I know that Ross had said there, in his presentation, there are incentives in the zoning ordinance dealing with types of housing. And that's what I was alluding to a moment ago, as to the affordable housing and the appropriateness of whether it should be here. And this is not weighing in one way or the other on affordable housing or any of that, just saying, should this be the place for that, or should it be somewhere else? And we just leave this as a standalone fee ordinance and not get down into the mire about, affordable housing and all of those discussions. We can have those, and we're going to have those. I'm just not sure it should be part of this ordinance.
So my recommendation would be, I think we've heard there's folks all over the board with the affordability part. So let's just leave that in there for now. It's a paragraph. And if the council takes it out on second, it's out. If not, it's in. Or it could be modified. Fair?
Fine with that.
All right. Okay. So, Councilor Gutwein.
I would love to get more input or feedback about whether or not this is the best place to include that from staff, because I think, to my understanding, this is not something that's been used regularly in the past where fees have been waived. And so I do think it's important that it's a transparent process and that the community understands what it is, so there's no misconceptions about that. So perhaps that can be at the next meeting, some more information about that. Thank you.
Okay. And then Councilor Vincent.
On that, I think what disturbs me is are we going to have to get into the real estate business then, making sure that deed restriction stays in place for 20 years? That's been a hot button right now anyway, and I would not like to see us go down in the weeds for our open space requirement, making sure that we go in there every year to make sure that it's still deed restricted. Yep. There's been a lot of funky things.
Well said. I mean, that's going to be absolutely. Okay, so that essentially gets us through that.
Well, there's one more.
Where are we at?
We're at, we have 8-0. We have 80.
Oh, okay.
And 9-0, yeah, I apologize. So 8-0, I think, is clarification. There's nothing in 8-0 that was changed of any substance.
Just a couple words.
And then on 9-0, and maybe this is directed for Mr. Cox, but I know that from the study session we had wanted to have the same type of appeal issue that we had throughout in other ordinances. Is this that, or was this just a placeholder?
As far as I know, this was just a placeholder, but I'd already made a note to see if there was a better location for that, because we do have the similar language elsewhere.
So I don't think we have any consensus on 90. I think 90 is still up in the air.
And you mean for the entire section to be where it is?
Well, just the substance of how the appeal would work.
Right.
I think this was just placeholder language, if I'm not mistaken. So we still need to see what 90 is going to look like.
Okay.
So are we expecting language to come back, or just have that at the dais on second reading? I mean, is there clarification?
We can do whichever is preferable. I understood Councilor Skilling to be asking if that was the best language or the appropriate language there. And I remember hearing about the discussion about uniformity. So I took that to mean we're going to just take a look at it and see, is there a consistency issue between this and other sections. So and whether you want that to be brought back by way of memo in advance of the meeting or at the next discussion, I
think memo would be great. Councilor Franks?
So I wasn't entirely clear on 90. So it said the interpretations of the requirements shall be made by the director. Is that meaning director of planning? Since the community resources it just leaves it at director. Was there
It's community resources. Earlier in the ordinance, that term was defined. Director was defined to mean community resource. That's just staying consistent.
Okay, so staying consistent, so it would still be the community resources, and then appeals of those interpretations made directly to the planning commission, which is not a is it the decision-making body, the final stop on this, or does it come back to council at some point if there's a lot of community sentiment where they don't agree with the interpretation, or is that what's coming back to us? I'm just trying to see who's the end-all decider, and is that the right decider at that point?
This language is what was originally written in the ordinance. It was the decider was the planning commission, since it was a planning and community development related issue there. In the history of this, there's only been 2 appeals, I believe. It was more interpretation. There hasn't been any waivers of the parkland dedication fees ever, and there was 2 interpretations, probably back in the 1980s, asking that. But since then, there hasn't been anything on the appeal part.
Well, I guess I'm not just looking at this particular thing, but interpretation can be a slippery slope. I mean, as we know, the interpretation about who owned the land at 2090 South Wright Street was very disparate determinations by different people. And so I'm just concerned about the interpretation. If we've got language that we feel is unclear, then I think we need to clarify that language so there's less interpretations that go on in the community. So that would be my concern. I don't not want to belabor the point, but that would be my concern there, is if we feel that there's a lot of room for interpretation, I think we need to tighten up that language so there's less opportunity for that should the case arise.
Just quickly on that, I think considering Mr. Williams' recollections of the appeals that have happened over the years, and it's certainly the Director of Community Resources is dealing with a different set of regulations than, say, the Planning Director, but it's typical to have in the zoning code, interpretations are made by the director and appeals are to the Board of Adjustment. That's a more familiar process, and it is necessary for the director from time to time to look at a regulation and say, we got a question about this. There's 2 ways to read it. How are we going to read it? Make a formal interpretation, and then there's the opportunity for appeal by the person affected by that interpretation. This is the same way. I think it's just a little bit out of the norm because it's the Planning Commission dealing with the Community Resources Department, not the Planning Department. It's a little less familiar, and obviously it's been used less often. But I would think that a process for having official interpretations be made and an appeal right from that process to some body, Planning Commission or otherwise, is appropriate for something like this, because there just need to be interpretations made that don't rise to the level of City Council interpretation. They just need to be resolved by the person with knowledge of the situation. So.
Yep. Councilor Abel?
Just wondering if there's any interest from council in discussing this, who the interpreter would be at the later meeting.
I think there was some interest. If the council wants to have that, they can have that. Absolutely.
And should we add some structure to the appeal process, or would it be just sufficient to designate who would interpret and who the ultimate appeal would be to?
So I think that's a determination by the body, and if you all want to think about that and have that opportunity on second reading. Is that fair? Because it shouldn't be a big change if needed to be. Councilor Gutwein? Okay. So questions, continuing with questions, and then there's statements. Councilor Skilling?
I was just going to say we should add to Councilor Abel's point. If you're doing the memo, as we talked about, I would just add that to it, and then that will be before the next session on this.
As to what the appeal process would look like, or?
Well, to Councilor Abel's point, who the interpreter should be, or whatever is going to be. If you're going to do the memo on the appeal, it should probably encompass something along those lines.
Okay. Well,
more of a discussion point memo of what is either existing in other parts of the ordinance, what you think legally is appropriate, just that kind of, so we have some more context to talk about that at the next meeting. And but yeah, I had a closing statement too, so I'll just.
So we're close to adoption in a couple weeks. Counselor Gutwein.
Okay, thank you. Wondering if we can get Metro West Housing to weigh in on impacts to affordability before the next conversation. And then I just wanted to say this has been a topic that's of particular interest and importance to me. So I have met with the Department of Local Affairs and some other agencies to talk about how we can address affordability in our community. And fee increases is considered one of the top barriers to affordability, or one of the ways that decreasing fees is one of the ways you can influence affordability. And I do have that documentation. I'd be happy to share that with everybody. And then also I'm going to try this a third time to talk about what I was trying to get across. And even though I've done this for a long time, when there's someone in the audience doing this while I speak, it kind of distracts me. So I apologize for that. But what I was intending with the Tabor comment is I have always supported increasing our fee. And I will support increasing our fee. I just thought that because we are also having a municipal funding conversation, that it's important to understand how our fee, whether or not our fees are received and retained by the city. And I am very relieved to hear that the open space fee is exempt. So that's great news. So thank you for clearing that up. Thank you.
Councilor LeBaire, then Councilor Skilling.
I know this is we're sort of past this point already, looking at section 070, section I, but actually just above section I, the paragraph under section B. Whew. Anyway, I'll just add that I just think as I've said before, I think it's important that we raise these dollars to make sure we have, open space and parks, and we're enhancing the community. But I think I just would leave us with, I think this is, and I've told the director this, I said this in the last meeting, I think this is regressive. I think there's some areas in our community that we want to see some development. We want to see some renewal, some revitalization. I think doing this by unit is not the way that I would like to see it. I mean, but I think this is beyond the scope of this discussion, but I think in the future, I hope we can take a look at other methods and other systems and other ways to structure these things, because the idea that you take up an acre of land and you build a single family home and 2 people live on it and they're paying the same fee, they're paying one flat rate fee, that's even if it's fair market value, it's dramatically less than a building that's taking up the same amount of space, that's more efficient, and perhaps with people who are renting who make less money. So, for example, there's a building being built in my ward. I suspect they're going to end up paying an extra $300,000, and that's going to get passed on to the people who are renting there. And that's, anyway, I won't belabor the point, but I just see this as sort of regressive. And I think there are other ways to structure this. And there are other cities that are doing this exactly backwards in liberal bastions like Texas, where they're actually doing it backwards, where they waive the fee altogether if you're building certain types of buildings that help develop the community in the way that people in the neighborhood like to see it. So anyway, I'll just leave it with that. Thanks.
Councilor Skilling.
I just wanted to say thank you to Kit and Miss Newland and Mr. Williams, especially Mr. Williams. I know you wrote this, so I know it's hard to hear the criticisms that are coming from here. Okay, it would be hard on me if I heard the criticisms, and I know this process was difficult the way that it happened. It's a unique circumstance that it went back to Planning Commission, so now we're doing a lot of extra steps. So thank you for bearing with us on this.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you to council. This went pretty well. Do you have any questions or clarifications?
A couple of things. to respond to Councilor LeBure,
La
pretty good.
beer.
That's pretty
Just go
good.
with beer.
I wonder if council as a whole might have interest in looking at a growth stimulation zone or area or something, because there are areas. I see Councilor Abel saying no. When the light rail came into Lakewood, there was a lot of conversation about revitalizing the Colfax corridor, and there was a lot of energy invested, and there were plans put together to drive development in that area and to economically revitalize the area. So there's still some need for that in some areas, and to Councilor LeBeer's point, perhaps there might be a way to work something like that into this, maybe not right away, but maybe in a year when we come back to discuss it with you, that might be something that we could look at if that's of interest to you all.
Well, I appreciate that, and I would just say that probably the priority is to do this, and then we have a housing committee that's been formed, and that's somewhat of their goals, is start to look at, what we have, what we don't have, what do we want to see, and then that would play into this sort of topic.
Great. Okay.
Councilor Abel, but thank you. I think that's a great suggestion.
Thanks.
I think that's a good suggestion too, and I'd rather see it sooner than later. So if you have something you'd like to throw out at us that might incentivize that, please bring it to us next time, if that's okay with the rest of council.
Well,
it can piggyback or be carried over to the.
Certainly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if there was some that wanted to see the affordable housing component thrown out, and I don't know if that fits in this line or the vibrancy area or whatever. So if you feel like you have something that you're ready to suggest, that's fine. And if not, we can carry that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, council. So next up is public comment. And if you're going to speak on general public comment, please sign up right now. We'll wait. We've been having folks not sign up, and we're not getting people on the record. So if you're going to speak, please sign up now. And then we'll have separate comment on our second reading ordinance. And consent agenda. Ms. Greer, looks like you have somebody that needs to sign up. All right, while she's coming down. Thank you. All right, so this is the point in the meeting where the public is invited to address the city council on items that did not appear on the agenda. All comments should be directed to city council. I ask all in attendance observe the decorum of the city council chambers and refrain from applause or audible support or discord with the speaker. 3-minute time limit, 2.5 minutes. It'll go yellow. When your time's up, it'll go red. And I will politely ask you to wrap it up. So let me make sure I'm on the right one. First up, I have Mr. Gordon. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I will be short and to the point. I received a notice of a variance notification letter from the city of Lakewood, and let me explain. There's a plan to put a bicycle path behind our houses along 13th Avenue, 13th Place, and I need more information about what this plan is before I can even make any comment about it. There's a wall, and I think that they want to add to the height of the wall so that the houses are protected from the train and the public behind there. The other thing that I was going to talk about was increasing the sewer fee, but that is one of the things on the agenda, so I should talk later on that.
Certainly, but we've moved things around, so if you want to just give us your comment on the sewer, so you don't have to make 2 trips, that's fine.
Yes, well, the increase is not great, but should we be increasing it at all? In fact, I wonder if there should be a sewer fee, period. Simply charge for water and not have a sewer fee. I have seen with my own eyes raw sewage being put into Clear Creek, and it makes me angry, as everyone doesn't want that sort of thing going on. I think there shouldn't be a sewer fee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gordon, I'm going to take you off the consented, or off the next public roster.
That's fine.
And we have your information, so we can have Public Works reach out to you. Sound good? Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Yep. Mr. Wiley. If I said that right? Willie. Mr. Willie, come on down. Thank you. I guess 1 L would be Wiley.
That's right. 2 L's is a short I. I live over at 785 Garland Street, which is in the Lakewood Acres neighborhood. Roughly, we're between 6th and 8th Avenue, and roughly between Garrison and Kipling, just a little bit east of Kipling. I'm also a member of the Lakewood Acres Irrigation Board, a small neighborhood irrigation company, and this has been around since before the neighborhood was incorporated. Our irrigation lines have run into the neighborhood historically through 2 different laterals, coming from the Agricultural Ditch Company. We lease water from them. You may know that there's a stormwater project underway over by the high school on Independence Street, and we just kind of wanted to take this opportunity to bring to your attention kind of our go on the record saying that there's some discrepancies between what the city believes is our right-of-way and what we believe is our right-of-way. We've been talking a little bit with the city recently. This just came up. This discrepancy came up, and we just kind of wanted to go on record in saying that we're going to object to anything that blocks off our northern lateral, which runs historically down through the natural draw of our neighborhood. Right now, the plan is to block off access that goes under the low area of Independence Street and have all of our water running along the frontage road to the north and then filtering down into the system. Historically, as I said, the waters come from both those directions. Now they're proposing, because there's a stormwater issue, cutting off that lower lateral. And that's going to affect people at the end of the line on that lower lateral. So we just kind of wanted to take this opportunity to express our concern about that. Again, we are meeting with the city, and hopefully we can get this resolved, but we did want to sort of go on record with our objections to that.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for coming out, and hopefully that can be resolved through,
hope so too,
through our staff. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Williams? Oh, okay. Mr. Mace. And then next up I have Mr. Plotkin and Mr. Kinney. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Again, there's 2 reasons that I'm here tonight. One, being in Wadsworth, Light Rail Station. I brought this to your attention 2 weeks ago. Our city manager at that time, when I left the podium, said that the city would get back to me regarding the hypodermic needles and all the activity at the Lake Wadsworth Station. What's going on? Why isn't there agents between the hours of 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. patrolling that area? The other reason that was brought to my attention tonight, and not only was it brought to my attention, I already knew about it, was the issue that I had talked to Councilor Abel about between Target and Whole Foods. There is no crosswalk light still sitting there. It's a crosswalk, but there's no indication of when it's clear to walk. There's a button, but like I said, there's no indication from nobody, and I want to know what's going on because I brought this to council's attention way before the election, way before the new council members were even brought into office. I want to know why this hasn't happened and what's going on. Thank you.
Mr. Kinney and Miss Niket. I don't know if that's pronounced right. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. Alex Plotkin, 1231 Southport Court. Tonight I would like to talk to the topic of taking. We've seen quite a few entities bring up the topic of developer property rights and how it would be taken if, say, the zoning would be enforced in a manner that would support the will of the public and sustainability of this community for the benefit of current and future generations. What seems to be completely missing from most of the recent exchanges is that taking is taking place on almost daily basis now by some of the developers in not just Lakewood but all of Colorado. Here are just some of the ways the rights of the current generation and future are being taken away by the developers. In Rooney Valley, the developer is trying to take away our economic and environmental viability by forcing through a disconnect and zoning change via the town of Morrison that will permanently reduce hundreds of acres slated for commercial usage down to just a few dozen. This takes away our rights to having a local and stable source of primary employment, as well as any possibility of integrating such employment with green space, educational facilities, and public transit. This is in stark opposition to a development such as the Peña Station Next, where the developer is giving the community a source of primary employment and forward-thinking construction techniques and access to public transit. The developer for the Red Rocks Ranch also has been maneuvering to secure the water rights based on some water availability calculations that do not project for severe weather events which Colorado is yet to experience. I was told that Morrison has plenty of water for about 2 to 5 year drought. What if we hit a decade-long drought? Where will the water for those 1,000+ homes come from? This is one of the worst forms of taking we get to experience due to careless development, the taking of the water from this and future generations. So why is Lakewood standing by while a developer in our backyard is taking away any remnants of a chance to do the right thing by this and future generations? The proposed rezoning changes will be taking away a potential for significant economic gain for the city of Lakewood and instead saddling Jeffco and potentially parts of Lakewood with providing services for 1,000+ residential units. These are primary sticking points based on which the public in Lakewood was originally opposed to annexing the property in contention not too long ago. And here we are literally at the 11th hour of the developer finding a different avenue to take away the city's and the whole valley's right to more sensible development practices. With all the talk of sustainability, one would think that taking away our sustainability as a community would set off some blaring alarms. The Morrison Planning Commission is meeting tomorrow night to examine the request of the disconnect and rezoning, and on Thursday night, we've been told, is the meeting of the Rooney Valley Planning Commission. In the meantime, several of us have been assured by the Mayor Morrison that Morrison has not been talking to the developer in upcoming meetings would be the first time the documents, which seem to be pretty complete, will be examined by the Morrison Planning and the government. Then how can such a drastic decision be made within minutes of supposedly seeing such documents for the first time? In the meantime, when the public tried to approach the Jeffco commissioners about the better vision for Rooney Valley, we were met with quasi-judicial excuses. Why is that? We've been told that quasi-judicial monikers apply to zoning decisions which are an ongoing matter. But then we've been told by the Mayor Morrison that the zoning has not been an ongoing matter. So who is feeding us the wrong information and why our community's rights to productive discussion about sensible development in the Rooney Valley has been taken away? Why are the rights of the future generations to have a valuable economic and environmental resource being taken away by the developer and potentially the Morrison Board of Trustees? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good night.
Good night. I'm glad I'm not the Mayor Morrison. Mr. Kinney.
Good evening. I'm Jim Kinney, 1984 South Parfait Drive. Not long ago, this very city council and staff and citizens spent a large amount of time and taxpayer dollars working with the town of Morrison to finalize an official intergovernmental agreement, an IGA. This IGA established legal requirements that both Lakewood and Morrison legally agreed to follow in order to control activities and protect the rights of the citizens of the city and the town during the development of Rooney Valley. Currently, Morrison is moving rapidly and unilaterally to rezone, vet, and then disconnect lands legally bound by the provisions of the IGA. These actions are in clear violation of that IGA. City Council needs to immediately do their job and protect our city and its citizens from Morrison's illegal and destructive actions. We painfully remember the infamous 2090 Wright Street litigation in which Lakewood citizens were forced to fight City Council in court, where our citizens prevailed and prevented City Council from giving away a treasured Lakewood Park. That incident was a divisive embarrassment for City Council, legal staff, and all of us. I expect Council should never again want to be drug into court by Lakewood citizens to be made to do what they have each sworn to do. We chose to develop the IGA to protect our interests. That legal agreement is being ignored and violated by Morrison. What are we waiting for? Let's keep moving forward.
Thank you. Lori? No? Okay. Do you want me to come back to you, or? Okay. Mr. Wickman?
Thank you. Dave Wickman, 722 South Beach Street. To myself and many citizens, open government transparency is very important. Supposedly, the city shares that value. It's part of our vision statement. But while we talk a good game, the actual practice falls far short. Case in point, it was just mentioned that this Thursday, 3 days from now, the Rooney Valley Commission is going to be having a meeting. As we know, Rooney Valley is a very important subject. It ought to be available for the citizens. And if you look at the agenda today, I've been watching for the last few days, and I noticed there was just a notice that there's going to be this meeting on Thursday. Well, I finally asked the staff what's going on. And so today there's posted on the website, and again, before I got here an hour ago, I went through the website with a fine-tooth comb, trying to find out, if you're a citizen trying to figure out what's going on, what would you find? And all you got is this 7-word agenda item, that the Red Rocks Ranch rezoning, a major overall development plan, amendments with vesting. And based upon that, they want the citizens to come down on Thursday and give their input. How is that possible? No report, no nothing. How can a citizen possibly participate in a situation like that? It's obviously wrong and unconscionable. I have to ask you tonight, is that legal? Less than 3 days from now, this meeting is going on. Have we satisfied the requirements of the Open Meetings Act?
Thank you. So that exhausts the roster. Councilor Beta made a point to pull this, and nobody's wished to indicate to speak about the Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. Okay. So, okay. All right, this is the time. Please step forward.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What is your name and address, please?
Sharon Fitzpatrick, 13180 West Asbury Circle, Lakewood, Colorado.
So let me just clarify then. You don't want to speak on item number 14, which is ordinance 2018-3?
No, we wanted to speak on...
Okay, that's fine. I'll take you off. Thank you.
Thank you. We weren't sure which
That's all right.
to sign up on.
No worries.
First of all, thank you so much for rearranging the agenda so that we have an opportunity to express our views on the upcoming election for the mayor pro tem. As I said, I'm Karen Fitzpatrick, and during the last 7 years in which Councillor Roybal has served on City Council, he has made very significant accomplishments to the city of Lakewood. I'd like to share some of those because I'm supporting Councillor Roybal for Mayor Pro Tem. Some of the things that he's done for his community. First of all, he led the effort to remove over 250 homes and 3 businesses from the floodplain in the Martindale community on Ward 3, which significantly reduced everyone's insurance costs. Second, he brought to light the significant updating of our need for streetlight repairs and replacements throughout Ward 3. Third, he helped create a food bank at Phillips United Methodist Church. For the last 6 years, this has been the largest food bank in the city of Lakewood. Fourth, he helped reduce graffiti in Ward 3 by 80%. That's a really huge accomplishment. Fifth, he encouraged our city to repair and replace curbs and gutters throughout Ward 3. And sixth, he strongly encouraged Xcel Energy to replace old gas line systems in Ward 3, especially with gas leaks coming up through the Mississippi Street, on Mississippi and the intersection there. And lastly, he listens to his constituents. So I am strongly in favor and want to support Councillor Roybal for the next Mayor Pro Tem.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, you want to speak on this?
Yes, Mayor.
Come on down. And should I take you off the?
Yes, sir.
All right.
First off, good evening, council and mayor. Thank you for your sacrifice and time. I too am here to support Pete Roybal for Mayor Pro Tem. And it's been my perception witnessing.
Could you talk into the microphone? Thank you.
I thought I'm loud. I guess I'm not. See, I'm not loud, Angie. So I'm here to support Pete Roybal for Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to cover a few bullet points here. So, you know, Pete has supported the repairs of fire hydrants now working in Ward 3 and suggesting to our water sanitation districts to fix it. The fix it method is working. They have and they are, so thank you to the water districts. For our citizens' involvement working with our Parks Department, the updates and repairs of all of our parks in Ward 3 are happening. The continual involvement in the cleaning and landscaping of all of our right-of-way features along Alameda Parkway, Jewel, and Sheridan Boulevard, and Wadsworth. This is something nearer to my heart, which is, as a veteran advocate, Pete's an avid supporter of our homeless military, all of our veterans, and the Lakewood Memorial for our military, and continuing to support the West Metro Veterans Fair. And then in 2016, Pete received a Protecting the Building and Community Award sponsored by Jefferson County Coalition. So these are just some points I wanted to bring forward. I think he's a great guy. I've noticed he's had his hand in a lot of the good things going on in our great city, and I would strongly encourage him to become the Mayor Pro Tem. Just a last kind of a parting, it's not to be a snipe type comment, but you know, when we talk about the affordable housing, Councilwoman Gutwein, you know what, I don't think it should be Lakewood taking on the greater burden of this. I mean, this is something near and dear to, I'm sure, everyone in here. You know, so I think we need to look at some of the developers and who is possibly being invited or working in here, rather than us sitting here tearing each other apart over these different ordinances, et cetera. I think we need to be looking at, I don't see developers up here, you know, with their ideas on how they're going to make this happen. And I think we need to focus on that. Thank you all very much for everything.
Thank you. Please. Hi. Yeah, give us your name and address, please.
I will
tell you. Hi, my name is Adrienne Hannigan, and I live at 12300 West Alabama Place. And I would like to second the recommendation of Pete Roybal for Mayor Pro Tem. I think he is a very experienced council member. This is the second term for him. He has been in a long time. I think he is very honest and forthright. Whenever I ask him a question, he answers it directly and honestly. There's no hemming and hawing or anything. And so what I would like to say is that I just immediately had the feeling when I first met him that I could trust him. I really felt that very, very strongly. And so maybe this is more of an emotional thing. I tend to deal more in numbers, but I looked at his list of accomplishments and they took away some of my thunder because I wanted to read them. But he has served this country honorably and bravely, and I think we would benefit from the strong leadership of Councilman Pete Roybal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Mueller?
Mike Mueller. I'm not going to endorse anybody. I'm just going to say that I'm very happy with the process, and I'm so proud of you guys getting it done and doing it the right way, both on the parks plan and on the Mayor Pro Tem. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, I'll close public comment. If you go to lakewoodspeaks.org, Mr. Wickman, you can find, I think, more information. I think it's been up since last week. So if you want to learn more about the process, my understanding is it's at lakewoodspeaks.org. Okay, so I kind of went out of line. Is this back to item number 8?
Yeah, item number 8 is actually a resolution appointing the Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Lakewood. However, this agenda was posted prior to adoption, I believe, of the Policy and Procedures Manual, which you have now decided to have an election for Mayor Pro Tem among yourselves. And I believe the mayor has a couple of nominations already, and
I'm just going to open up the floor to nominations and let those happen. So, okay. Councilor Bida.
I would like to place a nomination at this time.
Please turn your mic on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to place in nomination at this time for the position of Mayor Pro Tem, a person who has demonstrated his leadership and dedication to this community. I'd like to remind you the Mayor Pro Tem is first and foremost, it's a leader position. It's not simply an honorary position. It's not for show, it's not for ego gratification, and it's not for political reward. It's a position that requires considerable leadership skills and experience. It requires someone who can deal with the stresses of the competing interests on council and who can marshal the votes necessary to move our council forward on the important challenges that we face in the coming months. Our council needs someone with skills, statesmanship, and diplomacy to help bring us together. Mayor Pro Tem is not a job for someone for on-the-job training. This person has to have leadership and must be prepared to hit the ground running. The person I'm going to nominate is Councilman Pete Roybal. He's my co-councilman in Ward 3. I would like to point out that he has completed over 21 years of honorable military service in the United States Army, including experience as a first sergeant and commander of as many as 50 infantrymen in several combat missions over that time. There are few of us who have had such intense in-the-field leadership training. He has been a successful business owner for over 30 years, which means he knows how to get the job done that needs doing. This man works with his hands to fix problems that others have created. He's been on city council for 6 years. He was re-elected to his seat by a wide margin. He is widely admired and respected by his constituents, and that was obvious tonight by some of the folks you heard from, and throughout the city of Lakewood, not just in his own ward. He has a number of accomplishments in the last 6 years as councilman. I'm not going to go through them because you heard a number of them already. So at this time, it is with pride I hereby nominate my ward mate, Councilor Pete Roybal, for the position of Mayor Pro Tem.
I would like to second that.
All right.
And when the time is appropriate, I'd like to speak out on Pete's.
Sure. A
behalf.
second is not needed, so thank you. Councilor Roybal, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
All right. How about other nominations?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to nominate.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate, as I mentioned previously, Councilor Sharon Vincent for Mayor Pro Tem. I believe she embodies many of the best qualities of Lakewood and community and what it means to be in public service, and she has an impressive record herself. In the spirit of collaboration, I want to make sure that we had some opportunities to see some other people have a chance to run for this seat, which I believe Councilor Pete articulated well. It is a good, important leadership role, so I think Councilor Vincent would be a great nominee, and I'm happy to nominate her. Thanks.
Councilor Vincent, do you accept that?
Yes.
All right. So we have two, and the floor is still open. Anybody else wish to throw somebody under the bus?
Move to close nominations.
Okay. All right. We'll close nominations.
Second.
Councilor Johnson, you want to speak?
Yes, I would. Is this the appropriate time to speak? Okay. As seconding Pete Roybal for Mayor Pro Tem, there's just a few things I'd like to bring out. It was brought out that he started the food bank at Phillips United, but I don't know how many of you in the audience understand the real impact of that. It is the largest food bank in Lakewood, and Pete was really responsible for making that happen. There's 250 to 300 people a month that depend on that food bank. And Pete not only was happy to do all the legwork to make that happen, he reached out to me if I wanted to have the same thing happen in Ward 1, and he was willing to share all of his resources. The only thing is, in ward close to this ward, we've got the Action Center, and so it would have been competing, and it wouldn't have worked for us. A little bit was mentioned about the moving of the World War II memorial that was actually hidden in weeds at the open school over at 10th and Wadsworth. I don't know how Pete realized it was there. He somehow found that it was there, and he made it relocate at Lakewood High School. That took a year. And during that service, he arranged for the porta potties, he arranged for the speakers, he arranged for water. He made that service a very sacred kind of a thing with reverence. But not only did he move that, I remember talking with Pete several times on the phone when he found all the names on that memorial, looked up the families and reached out to some of those families so that they would know that that memorial was being moved. And there's some names on there like Addenbrook, and Pete made sure that those families were aware of that. And it has been mentioned that he spearheaded graffiti, and he actually did. He reduced it in your ward by 80%, but it's affected the graffiti in the entire city. It wasn't just a Ward 3 specific thing that he spearheaded. Pete actually has been known to mow the lawn of a constituent in his ward that is disabled. I don't know that it was actually mentioned about Valor Point. It is a facility for homeless vets, I believe. Pete spearheaded getting some of the kitchen facilities for that, and actually it was just a week or two ago. He was telling me how he gets blessings all the time. And that morning he was made aware of a homeless vet Pete spent the time and the energy to make sure that that vent could get placed in the Valor Point and took him off of the streets. He's been a true leader. He's accomplished a great deal in the 6 years that you've been on city council that has not only helped your particular ward, but has filtered out into the rest of the community. And for me, Pete, you're a role model, and I am happy to second you. You've made a real difference in the lives of a lot of people in this world. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to comment? Then I'd like to ask the candidates to talk a little bit about what they want to do. Councilor Roybal, go ahead. Councilor Vincent, go ahead.
When I had read the agenda, and it's just not my style to come out and ask for people to support me in something that I think is truly a council decision. I sent information out to all of you, and I tried to reach out to every single one of you to see if you had any questions, any concerns, if you needed to know more of anything about my background. As far as my background, I've been working for 5 years and and started a lot of committees and did a lot of things and was in a lot of overlay plans and worked on the graffiti, et cetera, et cetera. But I think one of the things, and this is a difficult decision for me, whether anybody knows it or not, to throw my name into the hat, because I'm a lot more comfortable just kind of letting something like this kind of go and take a process. But this last election, there was some divisiveness, and there were people on this council who made choices to really stand in one camp or the other camp. And that was brought up the last time, and Councilor Roybal also took a stand. I think one of the reasons why I wanted to throw my name into the hat was we throw around the term healing a lot, but I'm really trying. I kind of think of myself as Switzerland. Okay, I tried to stay neutral in the whole thing. And I think this is probably the time for that. And I think Councilor Roybal will make a good one. But at this point in time, I said I should probably stand up. If I'm going to discuss it, I better stand up and throw my name in the hat. Because this is a time of healing. It's going to be a short time, anybody's mayor pro tem now. And I think I have the skills and the qualifications to do it also. So, thank you.
Councilor Roybal.
Thank you, Mayor. Sharon, thank you for those thoughts. One thing that I want to bring to light with the experience that I do have, I'm very humbled and thank you, and I really appreciate it. But what I can't promise is that I will work hard for you, and I will try within my power to get some resolution or to work forward to help the city move forward in a positive way. And the mayor pro tem is a position that I don't take lightly. When the mayor is not able to attend, then the mayor pro tem would be in the position to help lead the city in a positive way and move them forward. So I take that responsibility to heart and respectfully. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
All right. So we all have our ballots, and you have two choices. Are you going to tally these, or am I?
I think it might be better if you.
Perfect.
Loud, so everyone in the audience knows how each of you voted, and hopefully with 11 we'll have a majority. I have a vote for Councilman Roybal by Councilman Roybal. A vote for Sharon Vincent by Member Gutwein. A vote for Pete Roybal by Councilmember Beta. A vote for Sharon Vincent from Councilmember Vincent. A vote for Pete Roybal from Councilmember Johnson. A vote for Councilman Pete Roybal from Councilmember Franks. A vote for Sharon Vincent from Councilmember LeBure. A vote from Sharon Vincent from Mayor Paul. A vote for Pete Roybal from Councilmember Skilling. A vote for Sharon Vincent from Councilmember Harrison. And a vote for Councilmember Roybal from Councilman Abel.
Congratulations, Councilman Roybal. And congratulations, Miss Vincent, for putting your name in. And, yeah, there you go, first runner-up. All right. So next up is the consent agenda. The use of the consent agenda has been made to expedite council action. It contains both resolutions and first reading ordinances. Resolutions are items of routine nature. Members of the public will have an opportunity in a moment to comment on any of the proposed ordinances. First reading ordinances appear on the agenda only for the purpose of setting the future public hearing dates and ordering the newspaper publication of the proposed ordinance. No public comments will be heard this evening on first reading ordinances. The public will have the opportunity to comment on the proposed ordinances during the scheduled public hearings on the dates set tonight by City Council. Any council member may request an item on the consent agenda be removed for separate discussion and action under general business. If that's going to happen, do you want that pulled now, or do you have to read it in first?
I'm sorry, which one?
The Resolution 2018-19 is going to be pulled.
It's going to be pulled?
Yeah. Do you want to do that? Do you have to read it first?
We can pull it either way. I'll
Okay.
let you read it in first, and then you can pull it.
All right. Thank you.
The consent agenda consists of items 8 through 13 inclusive. Item 8, Resolution 2018-19, adopting the findings and recommendations of the Union Area Transportation Study. Item 9, Resolution 2018-20, establishing certain sewer fees for customers of the City of Lakewood Sewer Utility. Item 10, Ordinance O 2018-5, setting the salaries of municipal court judges. Item 11, Ordinance O 2018-6, an ordinance repealing and reenacting certain provisions of Title 14 of the Lakewood Municipal Code, including adoption by reference of the 2015 editions of the International Code Council's International Building Code, International Residential Code, including Appendices E, F, and H, International Mechanical Code, International Fuel Gas Code, International Plumbing Code, including Appendices B, C, D, and E, International Existing Building Code, International Energy Conservation Code, including Appendix RB, International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, International Fire Code, including Appendices B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, and L, and adoption by reference of the National Electrical Code of the National Fire Protection Association, including Annexes C and H, 2017 edition, and establishing the penalties therefor. Item 12, Ordinance O 2018-7, amending Title 5 of the Lakewood Municipal Code by adding a new Chapter 5.05 entitled Shopping Carts. Item 13, approving the minutes of the regular City Council meeting of February 26, 2018.
Thank you, Councilor Harrison.
I'd like to pull Resolution 2018-19.
All right. Pull that and move it to general business.
General business, please. Thank you.
So I'll open the public comment now on consent agenda items. Nobody's indicated wish to speak. All right. Mr. Mace. Welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm urging council to push the shopping carts up. I know it's been scheduled for the next meeting, but it needs to be pushed up. It needs to be discussed tonight. The reason for that is I'm still seeing and pulling about half of King's grocery carts into their area. I'm tired of doing it over and over. It's been going on for over 5 years. Let's get this done. Let's get this moved up, and let's get it discussed. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'll ask for a motion.
Mayor, did you want me to read the consent? Okay. Mayor Paul, I move for approval of the council minutes, order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearing set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of all resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
I think minus resolution 2018-19.
Minus 2018-19.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion. Councilor Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess that since this is first reading of the ordinances, we don't have any discussion up here. Okay, fine.
Just posting.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councilor Abel?
Under the International Fire Code, did we remove the section about sprinklers in single-family residences?
Ms. Hodson, I believe that was going to be left out.
I believe that's accurate, and I can check on that. That's for the building code, and I have an update as well. Our official building inspector, is that there? Our chief building inspector will not be able to be here for second reading. So because of that, and because he is our content expert by far, we are asking to delay the second reading until June 11th. It is an unexpected absence, and he cannot be here. So we'll be better informed if we wait. So I'm asking that can be moved to June 11th. And we're hopeful that he'll be able to be here on that date. So we'll have all your questions answered by then as well. So thank you.
Ms. Greer, point of clarification. I guess that should have been pulled and set for something different. So how would you like to?
You haven't voted on the consent agenda yet, so I think it's okay for the maker of the motion or someone to pull that at this point still.
I move that we pull, which ordinance was it?
Ordinance
2018-6.
Okay, so we'll put that under general business.
Do we need a second? That
the seconder needs to approve the amendment to the motion.
Second. Do I second?
One second.
Harrison is the second, is that?
I think there were three.
I accept. I have a question. Because this is a consent agenda that we're approving, right? And all we're doing is posting things, is there a reason why we need to pull this?
There is, because this would set the second reading and the hearing for the date certain.
It would be mandatory to do it. Okay.
Set it for the date.
I understand now.
Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. I also have just a point of clarification on the building codes. Any changes or additions or deletions, now is not the right time to talk about that, right?
Correct. It'll be, but we'll have prolonged time now because it looks like if council agrees, it'll be set to sail in June.
Okay.
Fair? Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the consent agenda minus items, resolution 2018-19 and ordinance 2018-6. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. And that passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Will the clerk please read item 14 into the record?
Item 14, Ordinance O 2018-3, endorsing the projects and project funding levels in the City of Lakewood 2018 Annual Action Plan for the Community Development Block Grant Program.
All right, I'm going to now open the public hearing on this ordinance. Nobody has indicated wish to speak. Seeing none, I will close public comment, and my apologies, there is a presentation. And so I saw Ms. Dietnicker there coming down. Welcome. And I'll reopen the public hearing after the presentation in case there were questions. Good evening.
Mayor Paul and Council. My name is Amy Dietnicker. I know most of you, but this is the first time I'm here before the new councilors, so I'd like to introduce myself. I'm a planner with the Comprehensive Planning and Research Division, and I also manage the Community Development Block Grant Program. I'm here tonight to present the projects and estimated funding levels for the 2018 Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. The action plan outlines projects and funding levels for the 2018 Community Development Block Grant Program year, which begins on June 1st, 2018 and ends May 31st, 2019. I'm going to quickly go over just a brief overview of the Community Development Block Grant Program in Lakewood, and then go into the projects that we have proposed for 2018. So the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, is a federally funded grant, and it's administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and it is managed by the city's Community Comprehensive Planning and Research Division. HUD allocates federal funds to states, counties, and cities to be spent on projects that address local community development, social service, and affordable housing needs. The annual allocation amount is based on a formula that's derived from population, poverty rate, income, and age of housing stock. These grant funds are either used directly by the community itself through city departments, or it's passed through to nonprofits or housing authorities to carry out projects to address the needs that the community has identified. Lakewood has received CDBG funds since 1974, and we receive approximately $850,000 annually. All CDBG funded projects must meet one of the following objectives. It must either benefit low and moderate income people, reduce or eliminate slum or blight, or address an urgent community need, which is typically a natural disaster. In Lakewood, the majority of our grant funds are used on activities that address the first objective, to benefit low and moderate income people. In Lakewood, this would be a family of 4 earning $67,000 or less. Projects qualify on an individual's income, or if they have the ability to, if the project has the ability to benefit an entire area within a CDBG target area, which are the areas in red there on the map. The target areas are Lakewood census tracts where the majority of the residents, 51% or more of the residents, earn 80% or less of the area median income. An example of those types of area benefit projects are public facilities and infrastructure. This is just a kind of a general list of eligible and non-eligible CDBG uses. You can see acquisition of real property, public facilities and improvements, rehabilitation, rental assistance, homeownership assistance. 15% of the annual grant fund can be spent to help direct support services for people. We have special code enforcement, economic development activities, and then 20% of the annual allocation can be used on planning and administration costs. Non-eligible projects or uses would be general government expenses, maintenance, political activities, new housing construction, repair and maintenance, and fire protection equipment. As you all probably know, there are many other federal rules in which the program is required to follow. Some of the main ones include obtaining an environmental clearance before any of those funds are used. Funds also must be used in a timely manner. Fair labor standards are also need to be followed, such as Davis-Bacon. We follow a public participation plan. And then, as I mentioned before, 20% of the annual allocation of the grant has a 20% cap on those funds for administration activities, as well as a 15% cap on direct services to individuals. Every 5 years, HUD requires entitlement communities to identify the greatest housing and community development needs that exist within the community. And once those needs are identified, each community outlines how those needs will be addressed over the next 5 years. This report is called the Consolidated Plan. This is Lakewood's guiding document for the Community Development Block Grant Program. We last updated ours in 2015, and through the planning process at that time, the following 3 priority needs were identified. We have neighborhood improvements in target areas, housing rehabilitation and program and improvements, and supportive services for low income and special needs people. All CDBG projects proposed over the next 5 years need to meet these needs, and those projects are then identified through the annual action plans. This is just kind of a map that shows where our block grant funds were spent over the 2016 program year, which is the last completed program year we did. Just give you an idea of how we use those funds. In Lakewood, we complete a variety of projects through both city departments and nonprofit agencies, and we do our best to leverage the funding as far as we can by using our city departments and our city staff to carry out projects when possible. And we try to complete those projects that have a comprehensive socioeconomic benefit to our community. So now that I've given you a little bit of background, I will go into the action plan. Each year, Lakewood submits the annual action plan to HUD, which outlines the proposed projects and funding levels for the upcoming program year. The program year, again, runs June 1st through May 31st. Total resources include the estimated allocation for the 2018 grant. Again, we don't know what the actual grant amount is at this point because the 2018 federal budget has not been passed, but we're going on existing levels from last year, and so therefore we are moving forward with an estimation. As you can see, the estimated grant is $840,000. We are estimating program income at $20,000. Program income is money received through our single-family housing rehab program. It's repayment of loans that have gone through in years past. And then we also have unspent funds from past years. It's also important to know that if the estimated grant level comes in higher or lower, we will simply adjust those unspent funds from the past year. The projects won't change. So first we have our Section 108 loan repayment. It's budgeted for payments of the Section 108 loan, which helped to fund the improvements to Ray Ross Park and the construction of the Head Start facility on 11th and Lamar. And a Section 108 loan is a loan through HUD that allows you to borrow a large amount, and then you can borrow against your future CDBG allocations. We've been paying our loan for some time now, and it will be paid off in 2021. We will complete 2 public facility projects this year. The first is new playground equipment, which will be installed at Newland Square Park. This is a request made by the Two Creeks neighborhood. The play equipment will benefit families living in the surrounding multifamily units that really have no other outside amenities nearby. It's going to be a great project. The second is a permanent shade structure near the splash pad at Ray Ross Park. This target area neighborhood gets a lot of use in the summer, and it's important that we have a safe, permanent shade structure to block the intense Colorado sun, and it's important to the residents that use the park there. Our CDBG cleanup event has become kind of an annual event. We are holding a CDBG neighborhood cleanup event for target areas located north of 6th Avenue this year. This is valuable resource helps households bring large items, appliances, junk electronics that can be dumped and recycled for free. Last year's cleanup filled 17 roll-off dumpsters, recycled 687 tires, 59 appliances, and just over 7,100 pounds of electronics and 11,440 scrap metal. In addition, households are encouraged to bring food or cash donations for the Action Center, and they generated 2,200 pounds of food and $335 in cash donations. Our single-family housing rehab program is a program run through a contract with Jefferson County Housing Authority, where low-interest loans and grants are provided to low-income and elderly Lakewood residents to make necessary improvements to their homes. Last year, we were able to help 26 homeowners through this program. Our supportive service projects include our child care scholarships for our Head Start families and for low-income families that are attending Head Start. Last year, we were able to provide 73 children with child care scholarships. And then we also are doing a Metro West Housing Solutions Self-Sufficiency Program. This provides services and programs to assist Metro West Housing Solution residents to learn important life skills and become self-sufficient. So programs include case management, after-school programs, nutrition classes, financial literacy, first-time home buyer classes, and transportation resources to their residents. Over 206 residents participated in one or more of those self-sufficiency activities last year. And then lastly, we have our CDBG administration that provides for the salary and benefit package for 1.5 full-time employees, in addition to paying for all costs associated with planning, oversight, and management of the CDBG program. So that concludes my presentation tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great. Just real quick, I'm going to open the public hearing and do it properly. Nobody signed up. Anybody wish to speak? All right, I'll close the public hearing. We'll go to questions and comments. Thank you for the presentation. A lot of great programs, a lot of meaningful programs for folks who need it the most. And not sure what the federal future looks like for these types of programs, but they're certainly meaningful. And I want to thank you and your team for all that you do. It's a very successful operation here in the city of Lakewood, so thank you. Councilor Franks.
Thank you for the presentation. I wanted to ask a little bit on the neighborhood cleanup. It looked like there was $11,500 associated with that. Is that a no cost or a low cost for people who've got those large items?
No cost.
And so if it being no cost, do you guys tie your efforts and maybe the advertisement of that and with some of our code enforcement activities to give some of those folks who maybe it would be burdensome at other times of the year to remediate their properties? So are you kind of tying that together with code enforcement?
We are actually. Code enforcement runs that program. So they're able to do some specific outreach as well as the mailings that we provide.
Wonderful. And this year it's north of 6th Avenue, you said?
That's correct.
I just wanted to point that out because sometimes it's a cost barrier for folks, and so it's nice to make sure that we're assisting those folks who maybe are struggling with some stuff. The other thing was, I think I saw $265,000 in unspent funds. And you had mentioned on a few slides earlier that we have to spend it timely. Are any of those funds at risk of not being spent timely? And what's the mitigation if they're not spent timely?
We are not at risk. The regulation for the Community Development Block Grant Program is that you are untimely once your reserves reach 1.5 times the annual allocation, and we're far beneath that.
And then the last question, I know it doesn't apply because you talked about focusing on moderate and low income folks, but there was the second one that included the statement of blight, and I wanted to find out, is that the legal definition of blight, or is that a community's belief that something's blight? So,
in order for it to be blight, it would be the legal definition, yes.
Great, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? Take a motion, please.
I move for the adoption of ordinance O 2018-3 on second and final reading.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Any more discussion? Please cast your votes. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you. The clerk, please reread. I guess we'll go one at a time. So resolution 2018-19 into the record.
Resolution 2018-19, adopting the findings and recommendations of the Union Area Transportation Study.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Councilor Harrison.
I have an amendment that I would like to make in this motion. That we would like to make sure that people understand this resolution does not adopt nor prejudice future land use scenarios considered by the Union Area Transportation Plan.
So in sequence of things, that would go under the last whereas, right? It'd be with the last?
Yes, it would. Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it needs to be in the record first as a whole.
Right, there needs to be a motion. Well,
To adopt.
Councilor Harrison can make the motion to approve the resolution with the proposed change in the language. That can be part of the original motion. We don't need an amendment to her motion. She can make the motion to approve with that change, and the seconder can second on that. So I think we're in the right place.
Well, we're almost in the right place.
This has been an interesting council meeting. We've
Yeah.
learned a lot. Mr. Mayor, I move resolution 2018-19 be approved, but I want to make an amendment in it at the last whereas. There would be an additional whereas that would say, this resolution does not adopt or prejudice any of the future land use scenarios considered by the Union Area Transportation Plan. Did I not say it right? Okay, thank you.
All right, a motion and is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Skilling, would you like to explain?
Well, I don't need to necessarily explain. I would just add to the amendment. Do I amend the amendment? That we would add it also, that same language, if appropriate, to section 1. Instead of just out of the recitals and move it into the body. Is that an appropriate place to put it or not? We have it under the whereas right now. That's what the amendment says.
It carries greater force of law if it's in the body, but my understanding was this was kind of a clarification. If there was some concern that this would not be effective if it's not part of the body of the resolution in section 1, you can put it there. But I think for the purposes intended, which was just clarifying that approval doesn't change the land use plans. It's similar to the language we put in ordinances that says approval of this ordinance on first reading does not constitute, et cetera, et cetera. It's in the recitals because it's just to clarify that that's what the effect of the resolution would be.
I don't mind it either way. That's why I was asking you, legislatively, where does it need to be on this ordinance? Does it need to be in the recitals and the body, or just the body and just the recitals?
We looked at it earlier today. It can be just in the recitals.
Okay.
So, which is where it's proposed for. So,
thank you.
Councilor Johnson.
Thank you. I've actually got some concerns about this and some questions. The Union Corridor Transportation is a study, and in it there were a variety of recommendations. By approving this, what exactly are we approving? Number one. Number two, where's the money going to come from?
So certainly, and I think that's part of the concern that Councilors Harrison and Skilling are addressing with their amendment, and the money comes through the annual budget appropriations, where projects that are within this plan would come forward to City Council, and that's where the money would come from.
Actually, I appreciate that, but my question is a little different. We've got 3 different scenarios in here, and by approving the entire study, how are those going to be weeded out and filtered, and who's going to be involved in that? I mean, I know that there was a great deal of outreach, but I am not totally comfortable that there's community buy-in to this. And one of the reasons why this was actually advocated in the first place was because of the potential of traffic in the Rooney Valley. And that's still kind of out there. Yes, it was. That was my understanding. And we've also got issues with the Denver Federal Center. And, you know, the reality is we as a body, and this actually I felt that this was extremely honest towards the end of the study, it cited the reason for all of the increased traffic, for the need for all the bicyclists, the pedestrians, was because of the rewrite of the zoning ordinance in 2012. We have created a problem ourselves here in this body with that rewrite of that zoning ordinance. And we're trying to retrofit something into what we're creating and continue to. There's 2 more hotels going to go in, and there's the 250-unit apartment house over there.
Let's have Mr. Hutchison answer some of these questions, and then we can keep.
That'd be good.
Questions. Thank you.
I think I may be able to help. Jay Hutchison, Director of Public Works. The end goal of this study was to try to figure out some projects that might improve the situation for transportation on the Union Corridor, generally between Alameda and 6th Avenue. We looked at a broader area because all those kinds of traffic come from a broader area. One of the questions that we had initially was how much, let me say that a different way. One of the questions was, would the outcome of the study, would the projects proposed be different depending on how future development occurred in the corridor? So we started with this look at these 3 different development scenarios, and the analysis was done. We looked at situations where it was more alternative transportation, less automobile dependent, the reverse, and then one that was kind of in the middle, a hybrid. What we learned was that there are differences, and there's more traffic, more motor vehicle traffic with some, there's more pedestrian traffic with others. But those differences weren't so significant that it changed what the project recommendations would be. So we then said, okay, we can kind of set that aside. Now the question really is, what are the project recommendations? These things went on at the same time, so I think they got a little interrelated and confused, but that's really what was happening, was we wanted to make sure we addressed different possible future development scenarios, not knowing what that would be. But in the end, we wanted to develop some projects that could be pursued to improve the transportation network and for all modes of transportation. So in the end, we ended up with a list of projects that you've seen in the study, and that's really what the intent was with the study, was to say, are these projects we should go on to the next step with? And the next step is, in some cases, very simple. Put a pedestrian push button in the middle of the median on the Hawk signal. We can do that very easily.
and others much more complicated. Change the intersection of Alameda and Union and make it better for everybody. We don't know the answer to that. So there's a lot of process that needs to happen for that. But there's a list of projects, all of which would be valuable regardless of the development scenario, regardless of which of those three scenarios, or a fourth that might actually happen on the corridor. So, but it did cause some confusion, and so I appreciate the question. My understanding of the amendment that's been proposed tonight is to make it clear that those three scenarios are not the subject of this adoption. This is not a land use plan. It's not an amendment to the comprehensive plan. It's not a zoning action. And the amendment that I heard would simply make that very clear, that those three scenarios are not being chosen from or prioritized. They're just not the topic of the adoption. The topic of the adoption really are the projects, which are valuable regardless of the development scenario.
Thank you. Councilor Bida?
Thank you. I too have some concerns about this, and I'm particularly concerned about the resolution here. It says that we're going to adopt this study. It says we're adopting it. I don't know exactly what that means to a lot of people. To me, that means we're committing it to it. To me, an adoption's a serious matter, and I'm certainly not ready to commit to this study. I'm not saying it wasn't a good study. It's great. It's got a lot of data. It's got a lot of information. It's wonderful. But when we start getting into the projects like Mr. Hutchison just said, I mean, it varies everything from changing a cross light to, projects that could involve hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars or more. And we're approving all of those. We're going to approve all those tonight. Well, that's what it says. Like, I looked at the resolution. It says we're approving it. Approve means approve. So I'm opposed to that. I like the idea that it's a smorgasbord, and there's a lot of different possibilities in there that some may work, some may not, depending on the future, depending on how development goes out there. There's a whole lot of factors in there. So I think that's great, but I don't know why we have to adopt anything. The study's been given it to us. We've received it. Hopefully we've paid the engineers for it. It is what it is, period. I don't know that we need anything else other than that. An adoption to me is something that could technically bind our future councils in terms of and the city in terms of what we're doing. And I'm certainly opposed to that, not because there aren't some good things in here, but because I want to be able to have the choice down the road as to what we're going to pick and not pick and what we can afford. That's the other thing. What can we afford?
Certainly. So sometimes government does a study and they puts it on a shelf, and you certainly have that opportunity tonight to vote yes or no. By voting yes, this allows Public Works to weigh different projects as we move forward. If they're above a certain threshold, which is $50,000, those things come back to council. So I think this got to us through great community concern about the Union Corridor. It has many different scenarios, resolutions, things that help staff identify when they bring the 5-year public project improvement plan to us, as well as other infrastructure plans. They have some guidance, and this group makes the ultimate decision. But if you don't want to adopt this body of work for that reason, that is certainly within the purview of this council. Councilor Franks.
Thanks, Mayor Paul. Just before the council meeting, I was shown kind of the new copy, and I had asked for the words to the prejudice rule to be, because what I have seen in the past is that if you adopt the plan, and then later there's pieces thereof, and you say no to a piece thereof because it exceeds that funding limit, then folks are like, well, you adopted the plan. And so that's what I was also concerned about, is what exactly am I saying yes to? Am I saying yes that Public Works can move forward with anything that's under $50,000? Because I need to know exactly what I'm saying yes to. So that would be helpful to say, that we've got a plan, we've got some specific projects, but like we said, some of these are super low effort. They don't need us to pick and choose at that level of granularity. So is that the ask, that everything in the plan that came forth as a project that's under 50,000, we're saying yes to that?
There's a large chart that shows up twice in the report that has, I think it's almost 3 pages long. Each column is a separate project that was considered. All of the columns that are gray were taken off the table, and it says project not pursued in the legend. So those are not something that we're going to pursue further based on the information that was developed with this study. The columns which are yellow are projects that a transportation management association would typically pursue. And as you heard during the study session, there is the potential for a TMA, a transportation management association in this that would include this area, or could include this area. And so those projects would likely be recommended for consideration by that organization. That leaves the white columns. I think there are 13. And the descriptions vary because the scope of the projects vary, and the amount of the work that's been done is relatively small on all of them because it's conceptual. Let me offer a couple of examples that are kind of at the ends of the spectrum. I think it's about the fourth white column is about that pedestrian push button in the middle of the Hawk signal. And at the bottom it says this can be done with in-house with the signal budget. Frankly, we think that's a good enough idea that we should pursue that regardless of what happens tonight. But if that turns out to be the impediment, it could be taken out of here and we won't pursue it. At the other end of the spectrum, on the second page, the third white column includes the Union and Alameda intersection. And it says consider innovative intersection alternatives at 2 locations, that being one, to maintain traffic flow. That's the example that we don't know what that means because nobody's done that evaluation. And that's why in the notes it says this is a capacity project. The intersection needs to be evaluated to incorporate a variety of things, and new funding would be required and grant options reviewed. It's probably a multi-million-dollar project to do something significant for various modes of transportation at the Union and Alameda intersection. So in my mind, the adoption of this plan as to that particular project would be don't stop. It would mean keep looking for a solution to the problem. We haven't identified the specifics of the solution here because we don't know what it is. But council adoption of that would tell us, I think, try to find a solution, a better way for that intersection to operate in the future. And then if that solution can be found, of course, we'd pursue funding, and it clearly would be over a financing limit that would include the city council action at some point before it were constructed.
So I think what we have here, though, is when it comes to us, my community reached out to me with this fear that they didn't know what in here was on its way to, being fully fleshed out. And so it's just important when you're saying that you're adopting something, really we are still leaving ourselves open to, we have the $50,000 limit, which I think is a protection that folks have. We also have that if there is a project which has the capacity to earn other dollars from other places, those might be higher value things to go after if we can find federal dollars, state dollars, other types of things. I think it would be helpful in the future to maybe not commingle so much and to kind of separate out a section which here's all the study and here's all that we did, and then here's the specific ask. And then if you took each ask and you said that these are going to be done regardless, there's already money available, we know these are just good solid things to do, here's things that for which we know that we're going to need to get some matching funds of some sort, therefore would you like us to consider our research efforts to both fully flesh out the project a little bit more and to look for funding sources, and then the ones that really need to be determined based on key things happening in our community, like the Rooney Valley. I think you'll end up with less consternation from us with not knowing what the ask is. That was 3 distinctly different asks, of which then I could sign off and say, I'm comfortable with this one, need to talk a little bit about this one, rather than flailing around saying, what am I all approving here? And I'm going to paint myself into a corner later that I didn't fully understand. So I think that's the clarification that would have really helped move this conversation past the consternation in the community. So thank you.
Councilor Abel.
Are we creating a transportation management authority or association with the adoption of this?
No.
Where does it come from, and what would be the steps to enable a TMA to do these things we suggest it does?
There are a couple of options. One is, and I may not be best able to describe this, Mr. Baskett talked a little bit about this when he was here for the study session. There's a consortium effort to create a transportation management association that includes the city and county of Denver, the city of Lakewood, I think the Denver Housing Authority, Metro West Housing, and I'm missing one of the agencies, I think. Or is that it? And that may go forward. There are efforts to try to create that by that consortium. The other possibility is a group self-generating one for this particular area. TMA is typically as much a private organization as a public organization. It's rarely successful if it's just a publicly run organization. So if there were enough interest among anyone along the Union Corridor, something like that could be created, and they could pursue whatever they decide their charter is, which could easily include the kinds of things that you saw in the yellow columns.
And would it be up to us to either way with the consortium or a private group to enable that? Or could some group just pop up out of some afternoon luncheon on Union Street and say, hey, we're going to be a TMA and we're going to start charging folks for sidewalk construction expenses and things like that?
I'm not sure how they create a funding source, so I can't speak to that. But I'd love it if a group came out of a luncheon on Union Boulevard and said, "Let's create a TMA," and we could support that. But I don't think that the city has to be the initiator.
Would it be a quasi-governmental thing like a developer district or a business improvement district?
I'm not sure how much flexibility there is in the structure. I think there is some.
I think if it is, as you described it, partially public and partially private, that it probably is something like, it's not going to fall under that set of the statutes in Title 32, but it's going to be a quasi-public entity for most purposes, I would think. But Jay, I guess one question is, does the adoption of this study enable the creation of a TMA, or is it something could happen with or without the study?
The study's not necessary for a TMA.
Ms. Gutwein?
Thank you. So just again to clarify, anything above $500,000. 50. Low is 500. Anything above $50,000 would require coming back to council. So we are not bound to anything above $50,000.
Right.
Even by adopting this.
And that's by your budget process. It requires expenditures over $50,000 to be identified in a budget process.
Thank you. Okay, so I think that this is just such a well-done plan, and I think that it is a great example of good governance with by gathering data, including input from the community. There was extensive community input, and then a ranking system so that we can effectively use our dollars to reduce traffic in an area that our community has identified is a pain point. So to me, this is just a really well done framework and priority system. It's very transparent. The public can refer to this and see whether something was ranked low, medium, or high, and why. So I really appreciate all of the work that went into this. And then we talked about this at our ward meeting, and I've had community input about this as well. And our community is excited about progress addressing traffic on the Union Corridor. So I think this is a very important step for us to take as a council. I think it reflects the values of our community in a very thorough way. And, you know, to reduce the traffic, but also to make it safer and also to make it more equitable and allow, there's some things for pedestrians and some things for bicyclists. And even though we are not committing to a specific tract and we are not committing to doing, you know, transit-oriented development by adopting this plan, it reflects all of those needs in our community. And we had people at our ward meeting who don't ride bikes, that they don't walk from place to place, but they'd still like to see this done because it ultimately reduces traffic for everybody. And then of course we have a lot of people in our community who do ride bikes and who do walk and who want to be able to do that more. So wanted to point out that I am getting a lot of positive feedback from our community, as we also see indicated in the survey here. And then the last thing I wanted to mention is that one other ask that I had from our community is that sometimes they feel like there's a little bit of misinformation coming from the dais, and to correct it when I hear something like that. And so I just wanted to point out that the study does not indicate that the sole cause of traffic increase is the zoning code update. There's a lot of things that contribute to this that are highlighted throughout the plan. And I'm just going to list a couple of examples. So we had a recession in 2008 through 2009. We're now in an economic boom. That increases traffic and the development in the entire Denver metro area. We've had St. Anthony's was just built, a new hotel was just built, the West Line was built, and a significant, and in fact, one of the greatest contributors to the traffic increase is from people commuting in for jobs. I think it accounts for about 40% of the traffic, so it's not accurate to say that the greatest increase is from apartment buildings. So I will obviously be supporting this plan. Thank you.
Councilor Harrison.
I just wanted to clarify maybe a couple of things that when council asks staff to go out and gather facts, the first step to them answering that is through a study. And they bring, usually just as they did with this one, several different options. They rank things based on what the community gives us. That study is what then the next plan would be, either budget process and or a plan. And a plan might be a much more in-depth, give me priorities and stated outcomes. With a study, it's just kind of a whole bunch of different ideas ranked based on the input that we got from the community. It's not other than under the 50,000 and under gives staff the ability to do that. But the rest of this, and especially with our amendment that, you know, we just talked about, I think it gives council, we're not committing anything more than just accepting the information. Now, I'd be happy to change a word in our language here. Instead of adopting the study, we could accept the study. If that makes everybody feel better, we could do that. I think it's semantics, but you know, it's up to you.
Yeah, we can do that. I would certainly just have to withdraw the original motion in the amendment, which would be Mr. Cox.
Well, I think so. I'm just sitting here thinking about the difference. I appreciate the suggestion from Councilor Harrison. Yeah, we approve things, we adopt things, we accept things, and sometimes there's more significance than other times. Jay, I wonder if you have any thoughts on whether accepting the study has any impact on its effect versus adopting it. See, you're in the same place I'm in.
This is not going to be a real direct answer, and I apologize for that, but it is a challenge to take the complicated world of infrastructure development and start from nothing and end up with something completed. And we always, in public works, we often struggle with how far do we go before we involve somebody? And we're routinely criticized because we don't have enough information. So why are you taking my time? To you've gone too far and already made the decision. So why do you want to hear from me? And I understand that those are both legitimate responses, depending on where we are. So we're always trying to figure out what are the right steps and when do we involve different parties. In this particular case, this is the approach we thought might be a wise selection, and we'll find out pretty soon whether it was or not, because we wanted to have enough information, both technically and from public input and a bunch of other kinds of things, to at least give the community something solid enough to think about and consider. But we didn't want to get so far that we've spent a whole lot of effort and time and expense and made people feel like, well, this is a foregone conclusion. If somebody can figure out how to strike that balance perfectly, I would be delighted to understand that, because in 3 decades of this, we haven't figured it out yet. So getting back to accept or adopt, my goal here is to understand whether this body wants us to pursue to the next level these white columns in this chart. That's as direct as I can be. If that's accepting the study, that's fine. If that's adopting the study, that's fine. If that's not voting for any kind of acceptance or adoption, but giving me consensus that, yeah, we want you to go forward with these projects to whatever the next level is, which depends on the project, that's fine. I think it's clear to the community to have an action one way or the other. So that's what I would suggest, and that's why the resolution's before you tonight. I think I spent a whole lot of words to say I don't know that I have a preference between the two words.
I think you said it really well, Jay. I don't envy your situation at all. I think you nailed it. There's been criticism of no traffic plans. Then there's been criticism of a staff traffic plan. And so we have a traffic plan, something done by a third party with great outreach, and we're still struggling. So I certainly don't envy you. And as I said earlier, I think really it comes down to we can wordsmith, but if you feel this is valuable for you and your constituents, then you support it. And if you don't, you don't. I mean, there's no nefarious hidden agendas here other than a previous council started the ball that said that we heard from plenty of people that the Union Corridor is of concern. I looked at this, we heard from some folks saying it was shy on pedestrian things. And once I dug in again and talked to Jay, 9 of the 13 first recommendations are just low-hanging fruit to help get people across Union in a more safe manner. There's things to do, just simple road improvements to help traffic flow. So, I hate to say it, it's not rocket science. It's just a plan, and I think a well-done plan. And at the end of the day, we can look for the boogeyman, and we can try to say, well, this is because of something that happened in 2012. Well, that's cool. Then let's just close it and say, let's not address it, or let's address it. And that's fine if the body doesn't want to do it, but let's not belabor the point. This has been out in the community for a long time. Either adopt it or don't. But to find these end routes of let's pick it apart, I just don't think it's good public policy. And if you don't think it's good public policy to adopt it, then don't. If you do, then adopt it. Councilor Abel.
It seems to me most of the concern is what will go out and be spent now as opposed to through some formal process later. And it seems to me we've already approved, by approving the budget, the money for these things, and it's up to the department to decide how they're going to spend their already budgeted money, whether it goes for these uses or something else with more priority somewhere else. I do agree that the word adopt might carry a little more significance than the word accept. Or we could go the other way and do another A word, acquiesce. But I don't see that we're really, by accepting the study, authorizing the expenditure of money that hasn't already been granted to departments. That if we go into something in the yellow or some of the more high cost items, then that would come back to council anyway. So I like the idea of the word accept, and perhaps it might be a little more illustrative. Should we look at this the way we do our comp plan, that it is, I hate the word aspirational, that it is more suggestion than actual demand to act? It's advisory.
Advisory, that's the word that is used to describe comprehensive plans.
Well, there's another A word. Maybe we could accept and acquiesce to the advisory document.
And how about we adopt? There's another A. Counselor Franks Skilling Beta.
I just wanted to thank everybody on the dais here. I don't see this as being contentious. I see this as about us thinking through good process, and I see it as a positive. I see it as a way for us to understand how do we craft better documents, how do we communicate better. So as a project manager, I see this all as a positive. It's called team building, and we are getting into the well-functioning part of this where we can have an honest dialogue about the things that concern us. And obviously what concerns the constituents of Ward 1 and 4 a lot is the Union Corridor. So I'm very much on board with a lot of the low-hanging fruit and also continuing to explore them. But I don't think that necessarily means that I can't talk about the process so we improve the process for future. What I also like is I do like the word accept. It's a little less formal, but I'm not married to it. I'm not here to wordsmith that. I also like the fact that we know that we have the $50,000, we have the budgetary limits that I think are key. But I also want to be clear that I don't think this plan and the projects that came out of it are limited to this. We are all going to, new things are going to crop up, new situations. We could have a natural disaster. So we don't want to say what things, this doesn't exclude other things. This literally just puts a little bit of a frame around that. And we know your job is difficult, and our job is difficult as well, since we are out there hearing from our community. So I really appreciate all this. I wasn't here tonight to throw a monkey wrench in it, but really continue to press the fact that I think we have considerable ways we can improve our process to give you better direction and to strike that balance over time, knowing that it's never going to be perfect. But I think we're inching towards that, to where we're going to be each coming with better ideas and better ways of communicating, better ways of writing resolutions. And in this case, I would have separated the plan from the ask as a simple one that going forward that I think we can easily do to tamp this down. So I'm in support of the accepting of this in order to keep you guys moving forward on the low-hanging fruit with all the other protections I mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you. That was a nice way to articulate it. Counselor Skilling.
Thank you, Mayor. So nice that I would echo exactly what Councilwoman Franks just said. And in fact, I mean, she raises the point that I think to the other counselors that had some issues with this language, and maybe it's the lawyer in me, but I look at this more than wordsmithing. I completely agree that the plan has some great parts, and to the mayor's point about will our constituents benefit and like it? Absolutely. I mean, I drive that corridor every day. Of course. The question is, how do we get there? We also agree that it's a good plan with the objective facts and data sets we've all talked about so we can make objective decisions and we're not basing things on anecdotes. So it's great to have this study. But the points raised are valid. And they're valid because this wordsmithing, while it may seem like we're playing semantical games, we can recall a debate that I had with a lawyer not too long ago where we debated this very issue. So the boogeyman does exist in that the devil is in the details. And when we are told that these words do matter, these words do matter. And so I agree with almost everything everyone is
that you're going to implement every one of the findings. I mean, it breaks through in 3 different phases what those findings do and what it takes. And the actual adoption of those findings comes back to this body. So again, for me, it's just getting hung up over adoption versus accept. And if the body wants to change it to accept, then let's do it. Counselor Beta.
Thank you, Council.
every project design doesn't come is codified in our code and in ordinance and in statute. So Councilor Franks.
So let me ask just a basic question then. Why does this need to be a resolution? If we're saying is it to give specific direction? I guess I'm just saying that at this point, we're all saying it's a great study and we're going to be using it and we're going to leverage it. And there's some things in here that fall well below the threshold. They'll just move forward. So then when we're saying we don't want to maybe put the language in there, then what's the resolution doing? I guess what is it doing? Is it just giving formalized direction? Maybe that will help clarify, because for me it seems an odd thing for a study to come to a resolution. Anyways, you just kind of accept it and say, thank you for the study. I'll use this in future decision making. So I'm curious how these get to be a resolution, which then seems to add a level of formality that's concerning some of us, because we've seen things where later it wasn't what we thought it was. So help me understand why it's a resolution, a study, because that's what we're saying we're accepting is a study. And it just seems an odd thing to accept in that way.
And I'm going to take a stab at this too, because what we're accepting is a body of work that is going to help direct staff. By not accepting it, then they just go and do and are in the wilderness. And like Mr. Hutchison said, then folks come back and say, well, why did you do that? Show me where that's at. So this is the roadmap for them to understand that these are priorities of council. And like I said earlier, if these are not the priorities of council, that's fine. But that's what this helps them do. They then build their future projections and projects and things along those lines based on direction. And we got this direction because council had heard from the community that there were great concerns about the Union Corridor. So we went out and did this study, and this is the coming back to us to say, we accept it, we don't. And if we do accept it, then the direction to staff is they build off of that. That's part of their work plan as they look out and look for projects look for grant monies, things like that.
But can't we just add that language in there, that that's what the intent of this resolution is to do, is to provide the Public Works Department direction and priorities in order to continue to investigate that, with the understanding that anything over 50,000, just that one little paragraph, that seems like it would take care of everything. It provides the construct they need for some assurance that they're not going to go down a path. And it seems like one paragraph just tidies this all up and we can move on. I mean, it seems to me, but.
I'm waiting. Yep.
If we include language in the resolution to the Councilor Harrison's amendment, this resolution does not adopt or prejudice any of the future land use scenarios considered by the Union Area Transportation Study. The study's intent is to provide direction and priorities to staff for projects above 50,000. Was that what you had, Councilor Franks? Or do we even need that last part? Okay, so we'll leave it at that.
But also I think it would, when you look at the budget and the capital outlay, you list where that priority came from. So in the budget, it's always going to it's going to come back to this plan, right? So maybe there's a tie-in that you do in the resolution to that, because any project that we approve is staff, it's never just Jay thought this was a great idea. They actually have another layer that says this is where this was born from, which would relate back to this plan. So
you want to add another how would you add another sentence? What's your solution?
So I'm going to take a quick recess and we can work on that. So it's 10:28. I'm going to recess until 10:35. Okay, so we're going to reconvene at 10:36. So we'll just do some process things while we're waiting for Counselor Johnson to get back. She did not have her light up. So at this point, what I'd like to do is request that Counselor Harrison and the maker of the motion, as well as the seconder, which I believe is Counselor Gutwein, would remove their the motion in the second.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to withdraw my motion.
Let me just say, she have to.
Do I agree or I second? I agree.
All right. So now, there we go. So now we're back to square one.
Oh, yay.
And, okay, there's Counselor Johnson. So Counselor Johnson, just to get you back up to speed, the motion on the floor was removed. So we're back at ground zero. And I'll go to Counselor Skilling to speak to, I guess I'd ask for a motion to adopt the resolution with an amendment, with amended language.
You want me to do that? I thought we already adopted the motion. We just removed the amendment.
We'd start all over. We have great faith in you.
All right, so I want to bring a motion to adopt the resolution.
2018-19.
2018-19. Is that it? Okay.
With the following.
With the following change to said resolution. The resolution title, we will be changing the word adopting in the title to accepting. The last whereas, we will change the word adopt to say accept. And in section 1, we will change the word adopt to accept.
To be entirely precise, the second one is adopting to accepting, and the third one is adopted to accepted.
Yes.
Okay.
Excuse me. I think we also need to have the statement about
Yes.
this.
That'll be the, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Then we will be adding a new recital that will read, whereas this resolution does not adopt or prejudice any of the future land use scenarios considered by the Union Area Transportation Study, period. The study's intent is to provide direction and priorities to the staff for future planning purposes.
Before we have a second, Mr. Cox, did you get all that?
Or
Ms. Greer?
It's on the recording.
On the recording.
Yep, okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any, actually, motion and a second, so I need to open up the public hearing on it.
It's a resolution.
Oh, so I don't need to open a public hearing on it. What a night. Okay, so motion and second, any discussion? Counselor Harrison.
I will be supporting this motion as we've made it. I think it's really important that we have the information out to the public. I think it gives us the tools that we need, it gives staffs the direction it needs, and we will have power through budget to control what happens. Thank you.
Well said. I'll be supporting as well. I appreciate everybody's hard work. I was able to learn some things from my colleagues, so thank you for that. And with that, any other discussion from anybody? Okay, seeing none, please cast your votes. That passes 8 aye, 3 nays, the nays being Johnson, Beta, and Roybal. Awesome. Will the clerk please read ordinance? Oh geez, you have to read it all back in the record.
Ordinance 2018-6, an ordinance repealing and reenacting certain provisions of Title 14 of the Lakewood Municipal Code, including adoption by reference of the 2015 editions of the International Code Council's International Building Code, International Residential Code, including appendices E, F, and H, International Mechanical Code, International Fuel Gas Code, International Plumbing Code, including appendices B, C, D, and E, International Existing Building Code, International Energy Conservation Code, including Appendix RB, International Swimming Pool and Spa Code, International Fire Code, including appendices B, C, D, F, G, H, I, K, and L, and adoption by reference of the National Electrical Code of the National Fire Protection Association, including Annexes C and H 2017 edition, and establishing the penalties therefore.
Mayor Paul, I move to order ordinance 0-2018-6, introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post.
No, hold on.
Public
Sorry,
hearing
sorry,
date,
sorry.
never mind.
So that's why we need to change it. We need to change the date.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do.
Okay.
To be held on June 11th.
Okay.
It was the
Well-
last 7 words.
Well, sorry. Well done. Thank you. But
Or else we do a first reading over again. This is the alternate. Yeah, okay.
well, I think if we're not confident in the date, if we find out 3 weeks from now or a month from now that that date is not going to work, we'll have to. Or do it no later than.
Well, I think we either going to do a date certain or hold it open, but as Jay was saying, that would require doing a first reading over again in order to get there.
Or we could just,
See, if we don't set it for second reading, then we have to do the publication requirements again as if it were new. But setting it for second reading requires some confidence that that date will work. Otherwise, we come back on that date and extend it to a future date.
So at this moment, you were going to recommend.
June 11th.
Okay. And we couldn't come back earlier, so why don't we set it to June 11th? And if we have to.
And then we'll monitor that and let you know if that needs to be delayed again. Thank you for that.
Certainly. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor Paul, I move to order ordinance 0-2018-6, introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with a public hearing date to be amended to be June 11th, 2018.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. That passes 11 ayes, 0 nays. Thank you. Topics for upcoming agenda. Councilor LeBear, I believe you have one in the hopper.
I do. I'm trying to get to the final page on my iPad. So, yeah, as you'll see in your packet, in 2005, the Colorado legislature passed a law excluding local governments from entering into the broadband market. That was Senate Bill 05-152. However, Senate Bill 05152 allowed for residents to be able to vote to exempt their municipality or their county government from that restriction. To date, voters in 65 cities and towns have done just that. A list expected to continue to grow into the future. A 2017 study from the National League of Cities finds that municipalities establish broadband networks for a number of reasons. This information came from Colorado Municipal League. And their understanding of this law is that voters' voices have been loud and clear in these elections, allowing for municipal governments in Colorado to exempt themselves from these state law provisions. All 65 cities and towns that have asked voters for this permission have been granted that permission. And so I wanted to ask this council to take a look at reestablishing our local control related to this provision. So with that, I will just see if any of you have any questions or thoughts on that.
What would that look like to you? What is your recommendation? To just have an election, put it on the ballot?
Well, I think it's really dependent on this council and your willingness to move forward with the issue. So obviously the first step we could do is refer it to a ballot measure, and then this could be voted on by the citizens to take up, to adopt or not. Or if you need more information, obviously we could take a look at setting this up for a study session. And then a third option, because I know this keeps coming up, obviously would be potentially sending it to ACIC.
Okay.
So,
Councilor Abel?
There's some thoughts.
There are a number of lofty goals with this, including providing access for folks who can't afford it, net neutrality. There are also a number of expenses connected with this. When Fort Collins did it, they expect $135 million city investment that will be met through bonds. There's another way to go with it, with a third party instead of the city being responsible. Third party would, but then you have less control over low-cost access and net neutrality. Still, it is it's an idea worth considering, and I would suggest that we go with a study session to flesh out how we would go, whether it becomes an election or a fiat, or whether and how it would all be put together, and whether we should even do it. But I would like to see the councilman's idea brought to further discussion.
Councilor Franks?
Yeah, I would absolutely like to see it move forward for further discussion. I'm questioning whether we may want to start with the ACIC, because there's a lot of issues where we may want to see how the 65 cities broke down, what, how many of them own their own fiber cable, how many of them had easement issues, what their funding mechanisms were, and that might be better to kind of first start out with kind of what did the 65 do? It sounds like they had great success, and then the study session to kind of understand what that means for the folks already in that space, and how do you supplant the, how would you effectively do that, because obviously we have providers. So I think it might be a two-pronged approach, but I definitely want to see it move forward. I've had a number of folks reach out about the cost, the reliability of service, some of those types of issues. And the folks in Green Mountain, if you have satellite, different issues depending on if I move in my house just the wrong way, I'm going to drop a line. So it's those kinds of things where we may want to look at, are there regional differences? Are there challenges? Did anybody else deal with the kind of topography? So I'd be thinking that might be something meaty, and I know that wasn't ACIC looking for work assignments, so maybe a really good thing for them to kind of hear from all of us in a centralized way, maybe routing through Mark, what are the things we think would be topics that we would want to have addressed, and get them a very broad way of reaching out to cities that did it a few years ago. What's their experience? Also, who's trying it? What's their experience? And then breaking it out into all those components that I just mentioned. That'd be a pretty meaty and interesting assignment, I would think.
Certainly. I would echo that too. I think it could be a great case. And while I think you got to differentiate, 65 cities have passed the first step, but then it's the implementation step. And two of the biggest ones, Longmont and what Fort Collins is now trying to do, they both have utilities. They have power utilities, which really allows them. And then Centennial is a nice example regionally that went with a third party, which was Ting, and they're kind of rolling that out. So I would certainly support ACIC taking a look at this, if you're amenable to that. Councilor Johnson.
I would just like to thank Councilor LeBeer. I think this is important for us to be looking at. It's out there, and I like the idea of taking it to ACIC. They can kind of flesh some things out prior to a study session. I have a lot to learn on this one, frankly. And so, yeah, I support it.
Counselor Gutwein.
I agree, and thank you for bringing this up. This is a really important issue that we hear a lot from our community, and I don't think it's going to be a fast answer. It's going to be a long process, and having the ACIC do some research on this will be helpful and helpful to understand how our community feels about it. One issue that Councilor Abel raised that I think we should include in the discussion is whether or not the municipality should be the ones to run it, or like you said, there's a third party option, which my understanding has been maybe a little bit more successful or less costly. But that would be for the ACIC to determine. So again, thank you, and I would support moving it to ACIC.
Councilor Roybal?
Councilor LeBeer, you brought up a great point, and I just wanted to echo. Thank you for bringing that up. I think that's a great idea for our community. I think the way we should probably look at this is a two-prong approach. One of them being the mechanics, see if it is possible with all the easement right-of-ways, and then the ACIC to look at that. But the mechanics, I think we really have to take a close look at it to see if it is possible, which I think it is. But nevertheless, let's go ahead and take a look at that and then bring them both together and have a nice discussion, a nice study session, and see where this goes.
Councilor Vincent?
I'd just like to say that I think ACIC can look at the infrastructure too. We give it to them. We don't break it apart. We let them look at the whole thing.
But I think there needs to be a little bit of direction because it is twofold. One is just, do you want to send this to the voters? And that's simply just removing yourself from a certain regulation. Has no cost. There's no cost involved other than an election. The second part is really where it starts. And so I think if you want to give that clear direction, do you want them to weigh in a little bit further on what round two would look like? Or do you just want to say, hey, should we put it to a vote of the people or not? Councilor Abel?
I think if you go ahead and entertain the idea of sending it to a vote, that you're leaving the idea that if you pass this, we're going to do it. If we go to vote and the folks say, yes, we want to do it, and then we say, oh, no, it's too expensive, then we've shot ourselves in the foot.
So it seems like it needs to be more expansive. It needs to really have them look at the removal of the restriction, but start to look at cost effectiveness, utilities, all those in line. Yeah. So that's going to be pretty substantial. Your crew up for that?
I will need some education, but yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Cox?
Yeah, just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, part of this process, I would hope, would include consulting with a technical expert or a technical legal expert. We have an attorney who does telecom issues who can very efficiently lay out the issues. Councilor Abel started to identify some of them. Councilor Franks identified some of them. But there's somebody who can help us at the front end say, this is the universe of issues you have to consider. And if you do this, you have to decide that, and so on. So whether that's before or during the ACIC process, we would want to bring that individual in.
Certainly. Yes, sir.
May I suggest that we contact Ken Feldman?
That's our guy. Yeah.
Councilor Johnson?
Thank you. I actually wouldn't be comfortable with taking it to a vote of the people until we really have thoroughly vetted it ourselves, and all of us up here understand all the ramifications on all pieces of it.
Well said. Councilor LeBeer?
Yeah, just to reiterate what the mayor said, this is obviously two parts, and exempting ourselves from the state law is the major component, and that's sort of the heart of what I'm entertaining here. Obviously, I think learning a lot more about the issue and having a sense of some of the roles it could play is an important component to understanding if it's even worth doing that. However, just to be clear, I put the vote of the people in here first because really there's not a whole lot of point of us researching or investing a lot of time and energy and whatever else into looking into this if we're not even exempt from the restriction. So that's why I sort of put that ahead of the other part. But I do think there's obviously enough here that ACIC or whomever can get something out of it to see if there are some smaller scale things we can do. And these things aren't monolithic either. It's not as simple as just saying, oh, well, the city runs it, or we have a, public-private partnership. There's other ways of doing it too. There's elements of where the citizens are able to tie into a line that's run down one street. And there's other, I've spoke with consulting groups and a lot of different other people about this. So there are a lot of different ways to do this, including hotspots in certain key areas, or maybe educational centers, or, there's just a lot of different components to it. So I think there's plenty there to have something for ACIC to take a look at what the utility could be. But the main component, I think, is still the exemption, and if it's worth taking a look at that. So anyway, hope that was clear. Thanks.
Crystal. Ms. Hodson, do you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I wanted to offer up one other resource as a source of information. Our new deputy city manager actually led this process for the city of Golden, and from beginning to end. So I'll bet he can share some information. I'm not looking at him because I don't want to see what he has to say about that, but
he's not smiling.
I know I know that he would be a real resource for ACIC and for the city council.
Great. Well, there you go. There's an assignment. I think next week Miss Vincent may have an assignment too. So cool. All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Hodson, executive report.
Yes, I do have one. Thank you. A couple of things. You remember at your retreat on February 17th that we had an individual named Martine Carcasson visit with us. And as promised, our leadership team, the department heads, all went up to Fort Collins about 3 or 4 weeks ago and spent an afternoon with him. And it was real informative, and it was just a really good educational session with him. He's very generous with his time. I wanted to mention a couple of significant retirements that we've had in just the last couple of weeks. One, as you know, Dave Baskett, our traffic engineering manager, has left the building, and he's been here for a long time, and he brought a real wealth of information, and we miss him already. Carol Shelley, you might know her. She's the box office manager. Her last day was on Friday. She spent years and years with us. And finally, Agent Adams, Dave Adams, with the police department, retired after 30-some years of service. And that's a real loss for us, but a real gain for him now that he can enjoy life outside of the workplace. I wanted to tell you about another process we had on April 4th. This was the first time that we tried this. We had the first of many, what we're calling quarterly crossover meetings. And we had them here in the council chambers, and it was with a leadership team. There's about 12 or 13 of us, and all of the division managers in the city, which is about 35 very talented individuals. And each one had 3 minutes to just give an update on 3 important projects or issues that they're working on in their division. And I had great pride, and I was so impressed and inspired by the work that your employees do. It was really a wonderful experience, and we'll be doing more of those. And as we become informed, I'll be sharing some of the more granular information with you so that you can learn as well. Finally, just an update on the 50th birthday celebration. Do you know that on June 24th of this year, the city's turning 49, but more importantly, on June 24th in 2019, the city turns 50. And in ACIC in 2015 made recommendations to City Council. What should we do? How do we celebrate our 50th birthday? And soon after that, in 2016, a staff team was brought together to start working on the recommendations from ACIC. And I want to let you know some of the things that you can experience. That we're putting together a 50th anniversary book that will talk about all the history of the city. The city's permanent 20th century Lakewood history exhibit will also exhibit the last 50 years. We're going to have new interpretive panels with specific park history at some of our key parks during 2019, including Addenbrook, O'Kane, Belmar Park, Carmody Park, Bear Creek Greenbelt, Morse Park, Ray Ross Park, William Frederick Hayden Green Mountain Park, Kendrick Lake, and James J. Ritchie. And then we're going to have an interactive public art project where citizens will be involved in creating a public art piece that will become a permanent installation commemorating our 50th anniversary. There's a lot going on, and that's going to be a cool year. Because it's our 50th, the recreation folks are going to have a 50-cent admission day, banners at facilities, and giveaways. The police department's going to create a commemorative 50th badge. And we're going to have a new event honoring longtime residents, and we'll have that over at the Heritage Center. And finally, we're going to have giveaways and contests, prize drawings, banners, and it's important that we try to get as much engagement as we can. So we'll be reaching out to all of our citizen groups, try to get all ages involved in this wonderful celebration. And as luck would have it, June 24th, 2019 is a Monday. So we get to celebrate here, and hopefully the meeting will go really long. So we'll have some kind of official proclamation that we can all celebrate. So we can all look forward to June 24th, 2019. Thank you.
Very cool. Thank you very much. All right, council reports. Councilor Roybal?
No report.
Councilor Abel?
No report.
Councilor Harrison?
We had our Ward 5 meeting on Saturday and had a discussion about baby steps and sustainability, and I learned a lot. It was an excellent presentation, had good discussion from our citizens, and went away still friends. It was great.
Councilor Skilling?
Saturday is our Ward 4 meeting, Green Mountain Presbyterian Church, 9:30. So hope to see you all there.
For LeBeer?
I just want to say thank you for making, some of you might not know this, but today's my birthday. So I want to thank you for making a good birthday for me. And also want to say, before you feel too bad for me, I had a great weekend. I scuba dived. I got 4 dives in. And it was a lot of fun, and I want to apologize for not responding to any of my emails for the last 4 days, but I'll be on that tomorrow, so thanks.
Well, when we adjourn, we will stay to sing happy birthday to you. I don't think the people at home want to see that. Councilor Johnson?
No, I don't think so. No report.
Councilor Vincent?
I know it was my co-counselor's birthday, but he probably forgot to mention that our Ward 2 meeting is Wednesday at 7:30 at that's your gift to yourself, at 1560 Teller. Thank you.
Councilor Beta?
No report.
Councilor Franks? Councilor Gutwein?
I just want to add one thing about our ward meeting. So we, Lynn and Alyssa came and talked about sustainability, like Karen said, and one of the big topics was about recycling. And I'm sure all of you remember last summer when we adopted our version of, what is the Texas? Don't Mess with Texas. And we have the Recycle, It's Good for Lakewood. You might have seen some of the billboards around town, and there's bus signs and stuff like that. So I think it's really exciting. And they talked about, there's just a lot of really great recycling resources at lakewood.org. We Recycle. If you're a level 1 and how to get started and you want to call and add that service at home, or you can take it to Quail Street. Level 2, finding places for those harder to recycle items. And then level 3, you can be a zero waste champion. And there's a form you can fill out to get this packet of information that comes to your house. And there were oohs and ahs about this packet. I'm not kidding. From people who really are not big recyclers. So anyway, check it out. It's very awesome. Great job to staff for putting this together. Oh, and one other thing is I just want to thank everyone we have our this Thursday, policies and procedures meeting about the workplace harassment policy. So I'm really looking forward to finishing that up, and thanks to everyone for your continued commitment to that. Thank you.
So we had the opportunity, Councilmember Gutwein and I this morning, she's our Dr. Cog rep, to have a sub-regional meeting of a new way that they're going to look at doing allocations through the Dr. Cog process, which would include more of a regional approach and would concentrate further down on localized projects. So always interesting at Dr. Cog, but all the cities in the county, everybody was there, and hats off to the city of Lakewood. Our traffic team put together the preliminary MOU or IGA that's going to be floated. So thank you to your staff for doing that. It was very well received. Met with the League of Women Voters, was on a panel on aging in our community and what that looks like throughout. And we actually had the Dr. Cog presentation, I think, at the last retreat, which I was able to use, and a lot of interest. And so thank you to the League for having me out. Many up here on the dais attended the HCA volunteer dinner. That's the Heritage, Culture, and Arts. All the folks who volunteer, and it's astonishing when they put a number to the amount of hours of the folks that volunteer, and it's six figures as far as what it would cost the city to pay those folks. So that was great. MyWaterPledge.com. So far, this isn't the city, but every community involved, and it's running constantly, but at 4:10 p.m. has pledged to save 633,200,910 gallons. So please go to that pledge. In our category, which is cities of 100 to 200,000, we are ranked 13th right now. So if you remember, we were 222, we're 13, and Thornton is 10. So let's get out there and do that. MyWaterPledge.com. And then I'm really excited. This is cool. The annual State of the City event is a fundraiser, and we raised the most money that we've raised. And so we were able to give $1,750 to Lakewood's Veterans Court, to Bethlehem Lutheran's Wellspring Showers, to the Art Line, and to the newly formed Lakewood Service Club organization. So they'll be able to have that money to put forth in some sort of service project. So thank you to the community for sponsoring that, to Tom Quinn and Bill Marino. It was a great event, but to be able to have that money go to those great folks is really cool. So with that, just remind everybody, next week's study session, Head Start at 5 p.m., and it's going to be a big night. So it's North Dry Gulch Major Drainage Way Plan, business relocation policy for North Dry Gulch, voluntary property land sale policy, North Dry Gulch, and to top it all off, a sign code update. So you can imagine we're going to be here for a long time, but those are all very important, especially if you're in wards 1 and 2 with the Gulch. So with that, anything else for the good of the order? Nope. All right, we'll adjourn at 11:10. Thank you.